untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.
Hi guys, and welcome back to the Rise of Legion CSGO tournament powered by Lenovo and Intel, and we have AFK Gaming as our media partner. My name is Apollonia. I'll be your host today, and joining me is our amazing caster and analyst, Shade Slayer. How are you doing?
Hey Apple, thank you as always for the wonderful introduction. I'm doing great. How are you doing? I'm so pumped for today's matches.
I'm excited because today is day 2 of the round of 16. And after today, there's no more round of 16. We are going straight into the quarterfinals the next time you catch us. So yesterday, we had Reckoning Esports, Underdogs, Force Crew, and Team Dada Gaming, Dada Gaming, who made it over to the quarterfinals. And today we will see another 4 teams make it through. And first up for match number 1, it will be Global Esports versus Centric Esports. Now, Shade, what are your thoughts hearing this matchup?
I think Global Esports will be the heavily favored match going into this one. I do know we got to see a lot of tight matches yesterday. In fact, 2 matches going into OT, finishing with similar scorelines, 19-17. But for the first match today, I'm afraid it is going to be heavily GE favored. Centric Esports, we haven't seen them so far on stream in their previous round matches, but props to them, they've made it so far in the tournament. But on Inferno, going up against GE, I think they've got their work cut out at best.
All right, so the map that they will be playing on is Inferno. And Inferno is a common map. We've talked about it many times, how to play around Inferno. And it's one of the comfort picks for most teams here in this scene. So we know that Global Esports is they're a really strong team. They've been around for quite a while. They're players. They've been playing for the longest time. So if you were Centric Esports, what would your game plan be going into this match?
My game plan's gonna be just to do the basics right and start strong. They're starting on the less favored T side. GE is gonna play aggressive early on, and you want to take every single opportunity that you can find. You gotta win every round that GE gives you an opportunity in. You gotta force the issue and start strong on the T side, else this match is gonna end in a landslide the way of GE. That being said, we're ready to jump into the match.
All right, let's
go.
GE
versus Centric Esports. I'm Shade Sayer. Joining me is OG, the low-res chicken. OG, take it away.
Global Esports, we have seen the story so many times, Shade, with Global just completely choking their opposition out of air. Deathmaker doing what he does best. Tap, 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 3 kills. Could be the ace. They just lying away. Hey.
Not cool, man. Not cool.
Bruh, come on. Please.
But Deathmaker, talk about making a statement, OG. You come out with the punches and you pretty much throw a couple straight into the abs in Centric Esports. That pistol round ended in a flurry. Looks like there's going to be barely any investment coming into this. Just a 1 Tech-9 onto Kenshi. Aggression towards mid. The nades getting to work. And yeah, it's a drive-by. We didn't expect something on this lines, OG, but
oh boy.
2 rounds in, GE sending the message loud and clear. We're here to secure our spot in the quarterfinals, and we're here to do it in a hurry.
You know, for many of these teams that come against giants like Global Esports, it's going to be like a Tyson fight, right? You need to survive those initial few minutes where you're getting absolutely dumpstered And there you get your opportunity. That's where Tyson gets a little tired and you get a slither of chance to get back at what he gave you for the past few minutes. We've seen this only in one instance so far. I think the best example would be the Reckoning versus Blaze example. Reckoning survived blow after blow after blow, but when the time came, they delivered the punches, and they are the ones at the end who came up big and provided the upset as well. So, Tyson fight so far, favoring GE as expected. Deathmaker with a flash will allow him to just get his way back into the side. Deathmaker with the support. And this is just the duo that he can't break, right? Perfect support, perfect firepower, perfect everything so far from Global. Although, Alpha, the Flash, did deter him and he was able to get the pick towards Banana. Mind you, he has the bomb. A minute on the clock. Deathmaker being so dead low. If you get that initial frag on a Hellfighter, it's more than just a doable prospect here. But it's going to require a lot, and he's playing a heads-up play right now. He's playing aggressive. And mind you, it's Hellfighter who's on the rotation, so he can't even afford to give away this frag. This is perhaps one of the most ballsiest play we've seen throughout the tournament, Shade. The
And
brains
heading
and
back towards B.
Yeah.
Deathmaker. He's spotted it. There you go.
There we go. Pop goes to Weasel, and he's expecting Hellfighter to actually be towards the B side. He's a little careful on his approach. Mind you, he's in 3 hits. He cannot afford to take a single bullet. Luckily, Hellfighter recomposes himself. But damn.
If that was the other way around, OG, with Hellfighter being the one going down initially and Deathmaker on, what was it, 9 or 11 HP, being the one to take that final fight, could have ended completely different there. Centric Esports had a small lifeline there, and that is what we talked about during the pre-game show as well. Those opportunities you have to convert if you're to stand a chance versus a team like GE, and missing out on opportunities like that, I'd say you don't get too many looks into the match to get back prepared. It's a straightforward mow down. Centric Esports cleaned house at their own base. Global Esports. Very strong start to this round of 16 match here, OG.
Yeah, Centric Esports now will be able to get back in the buy, and Alpha has an AWP. It's a double up setup, in fact, in Global Esports. Both Deathmaker and Caramel taking their hands in with the big green. Centric Esports, if they try to take early engagements here, they're certainly going to go down the drain, because this double up setup is meant to try and punish early aggression, and Caramel ends up going down. In the minds of Centric Esports, that's the only op on the hands of Global Esports. But hey, Rush, he pays the price for it. They get a little information. Hellfighter, in fact, does take the AWP back under his belt. Hellranger tries to play a little counter-aggressive there. The nade will take a lag. Wait, what? Alright, that's not as much damage as I expected. Does take him down to 33 though. Deathmaker is going to be anchoring the site while the rest of the global forces are going to be defending towards A. Centric Esports, a minute 10 left on the clock. They have a lot of time to work with here. They need to try and play around with the mind of Global Esports and not allow the rotation coming in from Hellfighter to be earlier than expected. Slash through mid. Hellfighter might want to go and test the water here. Beautiful shot on the first. No refragging just yet. Hellfighter tried to go for the second time of asking. The Molotov to deny any refrag. And now the man advantage neutralized. Lightning fast. Needs to be lightning fast on the shot that he's taking because it's a very pre-fireable angle. The Molotov comes in as soon as the smoke goes out. So lightning fast given more than just a lifeline to survive. In fact, he's finding the perfect bait for Hellfighter to strike. No! Hellfighter actually ends up going down. And now it's all on the lightning fast to defend the site from pit while Deathmaker tries to chime in from the arches. It's really, really iffy round, and Centric Esports, the time bought in by Lightning Fast, let alone, is chipping away at their chances to win this round out. And Alpha being so dead low, it's certainly a problem here. Lightning Fast, it does end up going down though, and Alpha gonna force the issue. Deathmaker, beautiful shot on the first. Alpha just holding the close line. Deathmaker could even potentially pull out the 10-second defuse. Oh boy, Alpha's gonna be kicking himself in the back. The plant. It seemed a little questionable, Shade, because they could have just taken that engagement towards pit and gotten a plan towards boiler and apartments, making it a much more comfortable active plan. But Alpha put it against it, and Deathmaker, he lives up to his name. 5-0, Centric Esports still in a position where they can try and contest, but Global Esports look to be quite the powerhouse here today.
Yeah, what a 1v2 clutch there by Deathmaker with the AWP. Would have probably gone with the pistol if he had known that the final remaining T was as low as he was, but when you can get the op to sing your songs in that manner,
Oh no.
why wouldn't you want to pick that up for the round win? 5-0. Decent bit of damage dished out early on. But Deathmaker starts picking them one by one towards Banana. They need to go in with more numbers there, OG, and they need to be able to trade those. You can't give Deathmaker individual picks, yeah.
Ah, talk about it, and it happens, Shade. The Costas curse this time coming around to hurt Centric Esports where the sun don't shine. A two-man advantage for Global Esports. This is starting to look quite the onslaught here, as Global Esports just have no mercy. Centric Esports being picked apart limb by limb. Alpha, position spotted Caramel, down to the wire, gets him. Done and dusted for 6-0. Centric Esports. Things are not looking really good for them out the gate just yet, but there's still a chance, right? We keep talking about this shade that the momentum sway is real, especially in online tournaments as this, right? Where we have underdogs going up against giants. It's easier, comparatively speaking, for Centric Esports to get a read on Global, because Global by far have a large portfolio on Inferno, and you could get a sense of how their defense is being set up, right? Much of this has to be on Global's defaults, where they're negating as much that, oh, this is just brutal. Shit, this is just watching a man who's already dropped down being beaten up. It is quite the vivid picture that I painted, and it's accurate. Centric Esports not given any room to breathe. Global, they're being clinical so far, and it hurts, right? Centric Esports, they're trying everything they might, but so far they need to make a difference in the way they approach this round, Shade. They've always tried to contest Banana early, and it's never worked out. The early utility dished out is just far too much damage done by Global Esports. Caramel trying to time a shot. The shot baited as well. Kanish, oh, there's no way he could survive that. 7-0, Centric Esports. On the verge of giving away the advantage to Global Esports in the sense of scoreline for the half, but boy, they have no money left, and like I said, they need to try take a timeout here and change the way they're approaching the T side, because that early contact play towards Banana simply isn't panning out in their favor.
Yeah, they're only feeding into Deathmaker. They're able to pick them one by one. They need to be far more coordinated to be able to trade his frag away. Contest towards second mid.
They just got worse. Yeah, lagging fast. Trying to force down the issue. No success though. A 3 versus 5 with only pistols up on the board. Not even expecting much from Global in this circumstance. It's all on Alpha. Should go down momentarily. Top goes the Weasel, and it's 8-0. Centric Esports. They look more than comfortable here in this. Global Esports, in fact, they look more than comfortable here in their matchup. And they're making quite the strong case, right? I really can't wait for when we might have a Global versus Reckoning. I feel like that's going to be a extravaganza to watch, Shade. Up until then, it's going to be Global Esports just taking a breeze through the park as they try and potentially rob every child of his dream to go big.
And right now, it's going to be a contest back again towards Banana. They've had this tag team going between Deathmaker and Hellranger there. Caramel holding down mid with the AWP, the peek out.
Almost gets the second one, but it's Hellranger who's pushing down Banana. Should be able to secure the frag. There's all left on Alpha with the op towards G-Ram. Easy frag for a Hellfighter at range. 9-0, Centric Esports. simply like dead in the waters at the moment. Even with the buy coming in, they're barely able to even find a response in terms of frags. Global Esports. For now, what interests me, Shade, is when Centric Esports might be able to try these one-off plays, perhaps just a rush towards apps, right? See, try testing your luck. Because at the end of the day, you know that you're disadvantaged, right? You need to always have that trick up your sleeve if you want to try come up big against a team that's so experienced. Like Pass, beautiful play with the Eagle Nest, nets himself 2 kills. Hellfighter, looked a little iffy there, but Caramel there to secure the frag. The Northeastern duo prevails, and this is just turning out to be one Armageddon for Centric Esports. The bomb dropped as well. Caramel going to be on guard duty. The op crane to its second mid. Easier said than done. Could get the flick. Alpha to deny. 1 versus 2. Deathmaker still on the AW. He knows exactly where Alpha's hidden. 10-0. Deathmaker gives Global Esports double digits.
Yep, they're barely having to break a sweat. They're the ones calling all the shots this match, OG. The rush through mid, the rush through banana. Centric Esports right now, they're pretty much stuck at spawn. Unfortunately, the AWP has kept mid completely inaccessible. They tried the second mid and they're always riflers holding aggressive positions, and banana, unless they constantly keep putting the pressure on, Deathmaker starts pushing that as well. He's not gonna miss that shot all day. They've spotted out a lot more players heading in this direction, and it's a straightforward mow down. Lightning Fast was actually already on the backstab there, OG, a second late, and he would have been the one cleaning up. They called the timeout. They've got the right mindset, but I think at this moment, Global Esports are far too strong for them to break time and again. But if you're Centric Esports, you don't look at the grand scheme of things here. You take this round by round. You try and catch them off guard with something unconventional. Like you said, a push through apartments with the numbers, a shot missed from the AWP. You can always run him down. If you have the right utility, you can ensure that he doesn't get that shot off in the first place. So Centric Esports, let's see if they change anything up. They've picked up an AWP themselves. So to an extent, this is an answer, but up against Caramel. Do you want to face this? The shot missed.
Either end. It's finally there, right? They've gotten that man advantage that they've been trying to get to the past few rounds, and they slow things down. Disciplined play, I like it, but they need to get more in the way of map control. They are trying to explore towards second mid, not taking apps as yet. Bomb's still not in a position where it's completely committed. It's gonna be Kenshi, in fact, on the peak towards apartments, alongside Lagger, who's down 25 HP. Hellfighter. They've been on the killing spree so far, so confidence definitely not an issue when it comes to Global Esports. In fact, the peak towards mid, where he could have potentially been peaking 2 or 3 men. Oh boy, Centric Esports.
Deathmaker, he's got a few bodies heading his way real soon. Trained in. Deathmaker, yeah, picks one. He's re-peeking that back across again. He's not scared. He will come at me, Jabra.
Come on. 2 HP, by the way. Just letting you know.
He's 2 HP. It doesn't really matter. If you have the AWP.
Ooh, I assume you might get that shot connected through the wall of flash. That's all! Oh, that hurt.
Disgusting.
That hurt. That hurt.
He's
That's
still
hurt.
continuing to find
He's
them.
going Oh, somebody. Oh no, Shade.
Well, Deathmaker putting on a show here for all the viewers who are tuning in. Might be
He's
lopsided, but make no mistakes. That is Deathmaker at his A game, OG. Centric Esports, they've done so good so far in the tournament, having made it all the way to the round of 16. But I think that talks a lot more about the kind of dominating run that GE is in right now. And Caramel, we missed the collateral by the looks of things. He's gonna continue to push ahead.
No stress whatsoever. Caramel does end up going down though, and Hellfighter. Good timing on the aggression, but Alpha more than ready for it. It's only him left though, and Deathmaker. We know what he's trying to do. We all know what he wants to do. Hellranger steals the frag though. 13-0. Global Esports. Taking a walk through the park. And Centric Esports. The park ain't looking that green for them, is it now?
Not even close. Double up setup continues to reign supreme here for GE. Banana and mid completely shut down. And the Centric Esports, I think, at this point of time, you just sit back, you relax. You just enjoy the game of CS. Because there's nothing much in terms of response that they can do right now to change this outcome as drastically, but to take this one round at a time. The push through lightning fast does get punished in, and I think they found the answer here, OG. The fact, wait, that make, hello? Is he gonna actually make it through? He does. There was a smoke down though. If there isn't one.
There could have been a possibility again, but yeah, it's being shut down, Sheet. What this, you again discussed about this in the pre-game, where these small opportunities you get, you need to take it as a lifeline and actually work on it. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case today. Global Esports. Do you have any words though for Centric Esports, as they have struggled? And you know, personally speaking, I have played against Global Esports, and I'd say a fun tournament. My team did get bested 16-4 though, and again, it was just more of a fun tournament, so we didn't really care much about it. One thing that they do need to recognize though is when you're going to go up against a very structured team, there's a lot that they have in position to punish even the loose ends, even the minor loose ends that you have in your game plan, right? Their defaults are structured in such a way that they are in control of the majority of the X factors that are there in the map and up against their setup so far, and they're more than ready for it. They've read the game down at the wire. You'll need to have something pretty unorthodox, pretty out of the bag to claw their way back. We saw this when Blaze fought off against Reckoning. They had a lot of nice rotations on that T side. They always kept Blaze on their tippy toes, where right now, Centric Esports are doing everything by the book, and Global Esports are like 5 books ahead. So they already know how the chapter is going to start and end, while Centric Esports are still discovering the nuances of every character that's within. Something for them to work towards is striving to get a really good default on both the T and the CT side. And you can do that while watching some of these teams, right? You not only need to watch them where they're successful, but where they're not successful at all. You need to know both the upsides and the downsides of what exactly you're doing, which makes you a more well-rounded team. Caramel, we've seen this time and again. He's just gonna mow them down without any mercy. The double B comes in, and he's buying more than enough time for Hellranger to come in from the back lines. It's all up to Lagger, Caramel. Pop goes the Weasel. 15-0. Global Esports have not looked this powerful in a while, but boy, does it look nice for them headed further into the tournament.
Well, Centric Esports not offered an inch there in the first half. It's been GE all the way, throwing punch after punch after punch. Centric Esports starting on the CT side. They're up against 15 match points facing elimination. Global Esports, they've got 5 sets of armor. This has all the makings of wanting to go for a quick B rush. Actually going to challenge up mid by the looks of things, and Alpha gets taken out. The CTs are scrambling here, OG. They know there's something heading their way, and it's heading their way fast. But the defense does hold strong here. Hellranger still can't find the duel. Finally wins one out. It's down to a 2v3. Still very much doable here for Centric Esports to try and get themselves onto the scorecard, but they're offering fights one after the other.
Done and dusted.
Mistakes. They had the advantage yet again. We saw that in a round or two in the first half as well. If you're offered half an opportunity, you've got to convert up against a team like GE if you're to stand a chance. The C4 gets planted in, and I believe... Whew, that was a wonderful shot. Down to a 1v1. Will he be able to clutch this out? Time is of the essence. He does not have a kit. He does make it happen though, and he has more than enough time for this. Kinch ensures that it is not a clean sweep, and that in itself, I'd consider a small win here for Centric Esports OG.
In my books, because hey, you can walk out of this with your heads held up high, saying that you still got a round of global esports, right? It's obviously not the scoreline that they envisioned coming into this matchup, but you gotta take what you get. And at the end of the day, they have learned a couple of valuable lessons here, especially on their T side. A couple of things that they could take away is relinquishing banana control early, denying these early fights a little bit to force the CT side into taking uncomfortable fights, which they have been doing the entirety of the CT side. The only difference is they've been comfortable in doing so, just due to the amount of experience and firepower that they do have. So a lot of things that Centric Esports could learn from this ordeal, but Global Esports, with the Deagles, they should... Oh boy. I was just going to say, with the Deagles, they can close things out as well, which they certainly are on the verge of doing. A 3 versus 2 with the bomb going to be planted on the B side. Hellranger planted for towards Banana, but Deathmaker, he's just going to hold Alpha in position. The retake effort is going to be a little delayed. Deathmaker is going to be on the backstab. 25 kills for this man so far. Has a blast of a day. Alpha just trying his very best, and that's going to be it. Global Esports take the win.
Yeah, 16-1. GE looked fabulous throughout that round of 16 match. Never really a shadow of doubt who was the better team in the server there. Props to Centric Esports, though they've had a long run so far, but unfortunately the run ends right here.
Yes, GG well played. They made it to the round of 16 from the round of 256. So they have fought well, they fought far, but unfortunately their journey comes to an end here. Like what OG mentioned, they could have taken some notes. It's a learning experience. This is the kind of tournament that you join and you get experience if you come out of it early. So I would say GG well played to Centric Esports, but congratulations to Global Esports as they make their way to the quarterfinals. Any final thoughts on that match, Shay?
It was GE all the way. Like I said, it had to be Centric Esports starting very strong on the T side and taking every half chance that they were offered. I believe it was round 2, round 3 where it did come very tight to a 1v1 situation and they weren't really able to convert. You don't get second chances, especially up against a team like GE. He takes that, maybe there is a resurgence in confidence and they're able to do more, but it's just a case of what could have been, right? It is at the end GE with an emphatic win, moving on to the quarterfinals, and now they're into the best of 3s. It's going to get even harder to take them down now, Apple.
All right, guys. So that is the end of game number 1 for today. We will move on to game 2, and that is going to be Mystic Gaming versus Level 0. And stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly in a few minutes as we go and prep for that match.
To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.
Hi guys, and welcome back to the Rise of Legion CSGO tournament powered by Lenovo and Intel, and we have AFK Gaming as our media partner. We are back with game number 2, and that is going to be Mystic Gaming versus Level Zero. What are your thoughts right off the bat, Shay?
Two evenly matched teams going up against each other. We know Level Zero, a team that has pretty much been at the top of the Indian Counter-Strike scene for a very long time. A team from Kolkata has gone its own iteration of changes over the years, but the core has pretty much remained the same. Macho, Jaguar, Torres, Proud, these are guys we've seen in the Indian Counter-Strike scene for as long as I know. They will be favorites going into this, though, up against Mystic Gaming, who are not going to bow down without a fight. They fought tooth and nail in the last round on Nuke, eventually taking it in OT versus Anti-Flash 1917, as close as it gets. They've shown us that they're ready for a challenge, but they're going to have a bigger one today in Level Zero on Dust 2.
Yeah, talking about Mystic Gaming, the last game we saw them in the round of 32, it was so close against Anti-Flash. And as for Level Zero, they've had a pretty easy journey so far. They've had good scores, you know, a big difference like 16-5, 16-4. So looking at this matchup, Level Zero versus Mystic Gaming, how do you think it's going to play out? Do you think the game might lean slightly more towards one team?
I don't think this is going to be a mismatch. I think it's a very closely fought matchup, primarily because it's a lot more aim dependent than being strategic, and both of these teams have played this map for as long as I know. Mystic Gaming might not be a very familiar name in the professional Counter-Strike scene, but these guys I have seen play lots and lots of LAN tournaments and are ready for this. So I do expect it to be very even, Steven. But regardless, I do believe I'm going to give the edge to Level Zero, because I think they've got the slightly more firepower and they've got a wealth of experience coming into this. This is a team that has been part of a lot of tournaments. They've played in quite a bit of top 4 situations previously as well, and that I think will give them an edge in this matchup.
All right, guys. So remember, now we are in the round of 16. It is still a best of 1, and teams that win today will make it over to the quarterfinals, where it will be a best of 3 from then on. So before this match is going to start, the map that is going to be played is Dust 2, a very familiar map. You know, pretty much everybody has played it. And on the CT side, I believe Mystic Gaming is starting, and Level Zero is on the T side. So for Mystic Gaming, what do you think their plan of action should be going up against Level Zero, such a strong team?
It is going to be to not offer too many individual duels. You want to always have a trade in place, always keep the numbers on your side, and I think if they do manage to get 9 to 10 rounds on the CT side, they're going to be in a good place. That being said, we're ready to actually jump into the match. Without further ado, let's jump straight into it. Mystic Gaming starting off on the CT side, already having found the opening frag. OG, take it away.
You talked about this in the pre-game shade, Dust 2 being more aim-reliant than strategy, and both these teams, in fact, having some of the best aimers India has to offer, more in the side of level 0, but Mystic Gaming are no slouches in that department whatsoever. Macho making his retreat from long. He realizes that Mystic Gaming have committed a fair bit of their resources towards the long defense, and now they're trying to poke towards mid and potentially pull off a mid to B. Abu is going to be close to that smoke. He's going to force the issue and potentially try and buy bay for Chatu. Chatu on the retreat. The defensive smoke just hold him at bay for now. A minute on the clock to work with, and level 0. Taking this a step at a time, Chatu. He's going to be playing from outside the door, which we don't really see as often because the crunch from Tanu is still a possibility. And now that's more than just a possibility. It's a reality. Torres does end up getting a frag towards mid, but the beat that just falls flat on his face. Chatu still holding on from the door while Stone and DA creeping from CT to claim the last 2 frags. Mystic Gaming, they take the piss around and they make it look damn near easy.
Yeah, Mystic Gaming get the early frag and eventually sends a level 0 esports in a B split, but the B defense able to just stand strong from inside the site. If that lone player who was watching mid to be stuck outside, they might have just been able to overwhelm both those players, but instead they decide to commit in for that single fight. The peek out though just gets the 1 frag. There is an SMG there up for grab. The flashbang timing is perfect, and we've seen the players come through. He only manages to get the 1. Mistakes 1 by 1, but it's still a 2v3 situation with the 2 Mac 10s. Gonna be pretty hard for them right now, considering they have no utility left in them. They're gonna have to go for the peaks, and a couple of scout shots missed, and now an opportunity maybe in this. Macho's gonna be left alone. Is he gonna peek? Yes, he does, but Stone able to respond back that distance. The FAMAS does trump the Mac 10, and Mystic Gaming get the second round on the board, but it was far from being clinical, OG.
Far from it, Shade. In fact, it costed them a fairly decent bet. And considering level 0 esports did come in with a relative force buy, you'd assume that they did get their fair share of pie as well. Another eco and they'd be right back in it. Mystic Gaming, their game on Nuke was an absolute beautiful spectacle to watch, right? We saw it go all the way to overtime, if I'm not mistaken, 19-17 against Anti-Flash. They're pulling off what we'd consider similar results on this matchup against level 0, at least so far. I'm interested to see how Mystic Gaming do match up against level 0 a little further down this game, because we've talked about this game in terms of the aim department, right? We know that both of these teams are dead even when it comes to having raw aim in their roster, but what we've not looked at so far is the amount of experience these team has. Level 0 esports, like you said, has been there for a very long time. Even if not by name, these players have been in the Indian scene from what we'd consider inception, right? So level 0 certainly coming in with a better end at the advantage of the advantage when you come and talk about things like experience, chemistry, in fact, playing a huge role in this, as we've seen Macho, Jaguar, these players have been together for the longest of times. That's how the Kolkata community has been, right? I don't think we've seen anyone from Kolkata go massive outside a Kolkata team, apart from maybe Trist, who in fact is in Reckoning Esports right now. So these players have been together for the longest, they know each other for the longest, and in turn, that does give them a huge advantage when it comes to building chemistry around the team. So level 0 certainly have the edge when it comes down to that. It seems like we have 2 players dropped out from level 0. Let's hope it's not as big of an issue. Maybe just a restart required to get their game working right or whatever. But so far, Mystic Gaming would be happy for this, because right now they get a breather. Because this round and the next round is going to set a really important statement as to how the rest of the half is going to go. Mystic Gaming cannot afford to lose many guns in this round, as Level 0 are going to be on mere pistols to keep their economy set straight. And the follow-up round is going to be the gun round coming in from Level 0. That's where Mystic Gaming need to come out with an ace up their sleeve or even a curveball to try and throw Level 0 esports out of the comfort zone. Because Dust 2, it's a map that we know both of these teams can go above and beyond in.
Yeah, the previous round we did see Level 0 esports able to trade with the pistols, and that is something Mystic Gaming has definitely got to be wary of. They can't give those rifles away without putting up much of a fight. Eventually Level 0 will be able to overwhelm them with the numbers time and again if given the opportunity. Mystic Gaming, however, is a good start for them. I believe they will, like I said during the pre-game, 9 to 10 rounds is what they'll be looking at least in this half, to find themselves in a comfortable position. Level 0, however, we've seen them start off slow previously in quite a few matches in tournaments as well, but these guys have a wealth of experience backing them. They know they're always in it with a shot of getting back and taking the match. So Mystic Gaming, it's going to come down to them being able to not only take the lead but also hang on to their nerve once they, if and when they do get into the driver's seat and see things through over the finish line. For now though, I believe we're still waiting on a player to join in, so we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back shortly with more action here once the player does reconnect. Don't go anywhere.
To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processor.
I love it. That's as short of a break as you have ever had so far. We are straight back into this as we have Torres reconnecting back in 2-0. Level 0 esports back onto pistols. They did go for the first buy the last time around, and now not being able to convert that has put them back onto mere pistols here. But they're going to spread themselves out, try and work the picks around the map instead of going in for a fast play here. They're going in towards short though. No one really here to contest except for DA all the way from elevator. Stone's going to be holding in long. And Abu with the scout. Looking at utility, there's one pop flash only here. He's going to dodge the flash across. DA, however, has done a lot of damage, and the cleanup with the USP 4K, as easy as it gets. I believe that involved a team kill as well. If not, DA gets the ace right there. 3-0. First gun round coming in for Level 0. This is the round that the T's need to make count. Mystic Gaming, I believe they will continue to hang on to the Scout and the SMG. And we've talked about this earlier. When you do have the inferior weaponry, you always want to go aggressive and try and neutralize that disadvantage that you're working with. But does look like early on Mystic Gaming are not too bothered about it, OG.
Yeah, and it seems like Level 0 esports have heavily committed towards upper tunnels. Normally, when you don't even try contesting towards long, it puts a lot of resources towards mid and buys an early rotation towards B as well. The early ability. Oh, Rolfo! He tried to go for the cheeky play, but Level 0 esports more than ready, and now comes perhaps the commitment. They're falling back. They know that they have the advantage, and given Proud's positioning, they can do far more than just commit. They have so much leverage over the map, and now with the defense being spread so thin, Mystic Gaming being put against a lot of pressure. Now, The crunch towards a DA needs to come absolutely massive here. Has the defensive smoke that he could dispose of. He goes good for the first frag, but the pincer from long is gonna punish him immediately. What a shot with the scout. That is only short-lived victory as it's Charu up against it. A 1 versus 3. Torres is very low and he's coming in through long. Perhaps a glimmer of hope here because the op is positioned all the way to its short. It's not really equipped to deal with this. With the smoke being picked up as well, Chatu has safe passage towards the side. However, he needs to be on tiptoe with the utility game. Jaguar, the auto queue is more than enough. Swings wide to claim the head. 3-1. Level 0 Esports finally coming in with a round, but Mystic Gaming, they have money. Not a lot of it, they still have money. They perhaps could try and squeeze a buy together. The only problem here I see, Shade, is again they'll be low and they'll be significantly weaker when it comes to the firepower, right? They will again need to try and replicate something as to what Raffle did in the previous round, but it being successful. If Raffle would have gotten a single kill there, it could have turned out completely differently. But now Level 0 Esports starting to get in the comfort zone. Charu quick to remove them off the nasty shot from Lost. And he knows exactly where Raffle is playing from as well. Torres, the op trained to his position, and Macho quick on the punish to Chadu. This has gone from bad to worse, Shade, for Mystic Gaming. They started off the half really good with the pistol victory and the clean follow-up. But ever since then, it's been Level 0 Esports in the control so far. Abu goes to the challenge. Torres, that's the op down, mind you. If Abu could deny the op for Level 0, it would be a lot in terms of a victory for them. The reinvestment, will it be needed? Are they gonna get it? Nah, they aren't. Mystic Gaming, they did lose that round, but they denied the op. So a silver lining, if you may, for Mystic Gaming.
Yeah, a very small one at that, OG. 3-2, Mystic Gaming called a timeout. They've finally lost their bank and probably back on 2 pistols here. Twice now we've seen Level 0 Esports try and pick fights early in the round, and Mystic Gaming have lost the numbers, trying to play a tad bit more aggressive than they should have. And well, at least this round, there's going to be not much in terms of investment coming in for Mystic Gaming. 2 flashes and a smoke. Maybe use that towards long and try to take some weapons away from Level 0 if they do offer it, and they're heading in that direction, OG. They're walking into a trap, but...
Torres. Just a shooting gallery for him so far. Triple kill to his name already. And the eco frags come raiding his way. 3-3. Mystic Gaming now should be back with the investment. Abu has the opportunity to try and pull out an early op if needs be. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be what's up on the table, Shade. 5 rifles. I think this is the right call to make considering how explosive Level 0 Esports have been. Having the 5 rifles definitely helps you respond with that explosive gameplay. Mystic Gaming though, a lot can be said on paper, but it's all going to be on how it works in practicalities. The X factor here going to be Abu at mid. Sprays down 2, but does only damage on a Lost, who has gone above and beyond with that second kill on Chatu, let alone... This is just... Okay, Mystic Gaming, they had a lot of utility, but they're simply not able to counter this fast play coming in from Level 0 Esports, which has happened 2 gun rounds in a row, mind you. If Mystic Gaming want to punish this kind of early push, what they perhaps could consider doing is having that short stack come in and try punishing that fast mid play by having a fast mid play themselves. Have a man from mid flash above the door, go on the peak, go on the offensive, and try getting these entries. Fall back upon it, and then you might be in a position where you can have some leverage over Level 0 Esports, because now there's absolutely none. As soon as that first frag comes in, Level 0 Esports are in such a good position where after that 1 frag gets traded, they'll be in position to get 2. And inevitably, the numbers start to go away from Mystic Gaming, which has been the case for the past few rounds. Level 0 Esports on that T side have been relentless in their pursuit for kills, and I doubt this is going to stop anytime soon, Shade. Mystic Gaming are going to be back at it with yet another eco, but they have a little bit to work with. A couple of Deagles with some armor. They certainly can do damage, and considering how fast Level 0 Esports have been going in, they might have that edge, but it's slowly starting to get blunt as we speak.
Early damage taken there by Stone, but that's not going to stop them from continuing to pursue this. They push in through short. Abu, just the USP, should get overwhelmed easily right there. No casualties for Level 0 Esports. They've been going for ultra fast plays, especially towards that mid area where they've been charging down, smoke towards CT, isolating the players towards the B site and getting the entries while they're at it, right? So Mystic Gaming, I think, like you said, you've pretty much hit the nail in the fact that these guys need to use one, either counter utility to slow that push down, or straight up respond with the numbers counter aggressive as well. We've not seen either of them with Mystic Gaming just sticking to their defaults. Unfortunately, it hasn't led to them winning those opening duels out, which has led to Level 0 Esports now getting 5 consecutive rounds on the board on their T side. Mystic Gaming still have the buy coming in, AWP out, but utility light on 2 players, and we've seen that come to bite them in the previous rounds already, OG.
Yeah, they need to try changing up something, and finally the stack towards short, where they might, is it the open position towards short? No, it isn't. It's only DA for the matter of fact. It's actually the op towards B and a lot of presence towards mid, while Level 0 focus their attention towards A short. And mind you, it's only going to be on a DA to try and do something. The flash is perfect, but Proud ends up getting that frag nonetheless. Tone doing his very best to try and hold off the push. Simply of no avail though. Abu breathing through CD, and they're just going in single file, Shade. It's so easy for Level 0 Esports to just trade these frags and keep the momentum on towards the side, which has been the case. Chatu, he's been spotted by Jaguar if I'm not mistaken. The smoke hits him on his face, boy. That does not sit well if you are a Mystic Gaming fan. We didn't get as much time during the pregame to go over predictions, Shade. Who do you think is gonna actually take the edge over this one if you had to put your money on it? Do you think Level 0 Esports have this one in the bag, or could Mystic Gaming potentially come in with an upset, as, at least according to me, they are the team with lower experience, so lower margins to win, according to me. What do you feel, Shade?
Yeah, I believe Level 0 Esports, like I said during the pre-game show, they have the wealth of experience backing this skill, right? I think if it was just down to raw aim, this would be a very close contest. But the fact that Level 0 has played at the helm of the Indian Counter-Strike scene for a long time, they know exactly what it takes to win, and more importantly, they know what it takes for them to adjust to ensure that they win. And as far as Mystic Gaming goes, the ball's now in their court. They need to decide how they're going to change things up, because Level 0, last 6 rounds, they've pretty much not only clawed their way back into this one, but now are cruising through the first half. And unless this changes, Mystic Gaming might be out of the door sooner than you think.
Yeah, momentum towards B, Raffle. Okay, you can't really leave an Opera all too lonesome, right? A small misplay from Raffle as well, giving Level 0 a lot of space to work with, to even set foot within the side before he got wind of that fact. The 3 versus 5 on the B side, Shade. You just call the save at right now. Abu, close to contest, but yeah, he's closer to his coffin than he realized. Proud sweeps them off their feet, in fact, 7-3. And hey, just to keep this fun, I feel like Mystic Gaming might have a chance at this. Yeah, the first half hasn't been kind to them. Level 0 Esports absolutely brutal on that T side so far. But I feel like the momentum is going to swing at any moment. Mystic Gaming, they certainly have it in them. Like you said, the firepower is certainly existent within this roster, and they've come up against monsters themselves, right, throughout the tournament. That game we saw in Nuke was absolutely down on the wire, and they showed that they can keep their nerves cold even under really strenuous and stressful conditions. Opening pick does go their way though, but the mid stack does allow Level 0 Esports to perhaps cruise through the B side. They're going in dry without utility, and they're more than happy to take these fights. Proud, in fact. Looks on point with this aim. 2 kills secured through door, and more or less the round. Mystic Gaming is going to be facing a gargantuous lead at any moment. They really need to start their protocol for trying to redeem this, right? They need to start trying to deny Level 0 Esports so much ground in the first half. Because you can't walk into the second half completely overwhelmed and with your back against the wall. It really doesn't set you up for a comfortable game. Mr. Gaming, if there's any chance for them to reply, it has to be right now. Their buy is gonna come in. They've taken a timeout shade. This is something that I really like. We didn't see much of this in the game prior, where Global Esports completely swept the feet. Mr. Gaming, what are their options here? They have ample money. They could potentially go down the roads of a double op setup. But even if they do have a double op setup shade, where do they position it? Because right now, Level 0 Esports have been performing their pincer towards either mid or towards A short. Now, with the hit coming through A short, there's a lot of flashes heading in. You can potentially leave the op to anchor towards long while 2 men take control of short. A man towards B and maybe the opposition towards mid might make a difference. But this is again putting a lot of stress towards the B and the mid segment, where Level 0 Esports, they've asserted their dominance all across the map, right? They've hit B brutally. They have taken control through long convincingly, and their hit towards A short has been unretaliated so far. So regardless where they've headed, they've found a lot of success and in a dominating fashion as well, where Mr. Gaming looked completely out of fashion.
The fast plays
Wait, what?
go unanswered so far. The nade there.
Yeah.
Wait, was it onto the teammates?
Yeah. I mean, he's like, dude, this game is so easy. I'm gonna make it harder for you. Ask. Does find the frag all the way from B doors. And oh, Chatu, the leg. But Charu gets the head. Now, they have a 2-man advantage. A significant advantage here with the double off bringing in unison. What an entry, though. If Macho was able to double up on the entry, it could have been an easy 2 versus 2, but he leaves Jaguar in a doable 1 versus 2. The smoke towards doors, has to retrieve the bomb as well. A lot of utility down on the field for the picking. And Mr. Gaming, they're taking things slow here. They know that it is going to be the B side. It is relatively harder to retake, and it's easier for Jaguar to potentially find this clutch here. Positioning himself towards tunnels. That way he has to peek these men single file. They're gonna group up towards window. The spray comes in. Jaguar almost gets the clutch, but DA quicker to the trigger. 8-4. Mystic Gaming finally coming in with the round. It's been 8 rounds in a row so far that Level 0 Esports have run. Finally, the streak gets broken. Is this the resurgence of Mystic Gaming, or is this gonna be Level 0 Esports giving a freebie and taking the rest home for free?
The problem of going for fast plays, OG, is the fact that more often than not, you only need to break it once and it just ceases to work anymore. Mystic Gaming have managed to do that with 4 rounds now on the board of the first 12. The question though is, despite getting those early picks, 2-man advantage, it still boiled down to a 1v1. And that has meant Mystic Gaming has had to heavily reinvest back into this. So Level 0 Esports have actually switched things up a little. It was Proud playing hyper aggressive the last few rounds, trying to find that opener. But this time they're going to slow things down a bit. 2-man CT defense towards mid to be Shatu as well as Zabu with the crossfire set up in case the peak does come through like it did in the previous round. Level 0 Esports yet to make any inroads. They've taken quite a bit of damage onto Torres. The peak out, Abu ends up going down and Shatu's actually moved all the way in through Torres. He's just going to hold mouse one, only gets the one. Many bodies across, AWP in play. Waffle gets one and he's taken out as well.
Torres, he's close to the smoke and Stone completely overlooks and luckily regains control. Torres a little too late on the trigger. And now there's a 2-2. Utility is going to be dead minimum. A smoke and a flash. Perhaps a smoke through tunnels and a flash on the entry. But they need to use it effectively. Jaguar, he is spotted out. They know exactly where he's playing from. There is still the flashbang. I'm wondering why it's not used. If he goes down without even using it, Stone, barely anything he can do in a 1 versus 2. I think there was a slight misplay coming in from Mystic, even despite having utility, not using it, especially on a B retake, right? A significantly harder side to retake than the A side. You cannot afford to do this kind of stuff against level 0 because they'll be instant on the punish. Mystic Gaming, whiffing a massive round where we assume they'll be on the comeback train, it derailed before it hit the first station.
And it pretty much came down to Shatu there. He was holding the crossfire for as long as I can remember. And
yeah, playing a lot with his food. Gets the first frag and falls back. Good. Secures his team the advantage. Commitment out from long. What the oh! Shade, the Deagles, they ring it again. Lost. Being tagged down relatively low. The reload comes in from Stone, which ends up being the punish. It's still doable here. For level 0 Esports, 2 versus 3 with the AKs on their belt and Roffle not having armor. Shatu gonna be guarding the backlines, lost the player who was tagged, does end up going down, and Roffle has no armor, so cannot actually commit to that peak. Shatu gonna be chiming in for the backlines, but it's just a tad bit too late. If Jaguar runs all the way through B, this is gonna be a 900 IQ play, Shade. This is gonna be a 900 IQ play that he's trying to pull off here. Roffle can't even commit to the jump down CT because it'll be hurt, and Jaguar can just mercilessly spray him down without any armor on his back. This guy has the biggest brain I've seen so far on level 0. The bomb planted towards B, the smoke, mind you, it's a plant towards doors. And Jaguar is going for the long play. Shade. I might not be watching a lot of sports right now, but this is the biggest balls I've seen so far. Having a play as outrageous as this, he knows that Mystic Gaming does not have a diffuse kit, so he can completely leverage the time. And the fact that he smoked towards doors indicates that a plan towards tunnels is what's at mind. Roffle, he checked towards the outside. No, Jaguar! Oh, he almost comes up massive. But
no, he did. There's no time.
Yeah, level 0 Esports. What a play from Jaguar. Boy, does he pounce and he packs a kick.
Mystic Gaming. So close yet so far. Jaguar. Perfect read on the situation there. He knew for a fact that he was getting pinched from long as well as short towards A, and it was almost going to be impossible for him to get the plant and into a decent post-plant situation. Instead, he takes the gamble, uses the position of the CTs against them, gets the plant at B, and having the presence of Mind OG to actually go ahead and make that long rotate across for the backstab, reaching there in the nick of time to prevent the diffuse from being stuck, and the time there eventually working in his favor. 10-4, last round of the first half. Mystic Gaming. I said they needed the 10 rounds. They need at least the 5 here.
Ooh, nice start. The 3 versus 3 bomb. At least been out denied. They've bought themselves a little bit of extra time. 10-4. The last round of the first half, and they absolutely need to attempt this. The flash, Proud dodges it. Could go massive with the spray, but Shatu downs him. A 2 versus 3 shade. Finally, a situation where Mystic Gaming have all the advantages heading in, but it just cuts down to Rawful playing up against Macho. Macho had the wrong read. It just assumed that he's going to come towards long, but yeah, he regains control at the best possible time. 11-4. Level 0 Esports with a really, really good first half. But I just got to say this, Shade. I saw the chat momentarily, and you got to give this to Mystic Gaming, right? Kudos to them for having a really good tournament run so far. They have proven everybody wrong, Shade. Coming into this tournament, I didn't expect Mystic Gaming to go so far. I think I know a couple of these players here, Stone and Rawful, being a few pug players that I might be playing up against a couple of times. And hey, they've proven that anybody can come out of the scene and still make a dent in what's considered the standard, right? They played an absolutely amazing game on Nuke in their previous round, and up against Level 0, you're going to be the underdogs, right? We know that they're underdogs, just due to the fact the amount of experience Level 0 has. So kudos for them to try, man. They've done a really good job so far, at least contesting, right? Level 0 Esports, some of these rounds did come close, and Mystic Gaming being contested, they have a slither of an advantage now, but the bomb being towards T-base. Chatu downs Proud, but Macho not gonna aggress on the back of that, knowing that the bomb is there. He's gonna fall back. Lost. They're getting aggressive individually here, and it's getting picked off. Mystic Gaming doing really good on the punish so far. Downs this to a man advantage in the favor of Mystic Gaming, and Lost, does he know that there's a play to his short? Because it goes the other way. Rawful knows exactly what's up, but still can't land the shot. There we go. Finally does. Leaving Macho in a 1 versus 3 with the defuse kit here. He is down to 57 HP. They know exactly where he's coming from as well. Macho could be an absolutely ridiculous clutch if he's able to pull it back. But as the time ticks, I'd say it's harder and harder because Mystic Gaming are setting up for the post plan with absolute perfection. Macho still waiting for any kind of response coming in from Mystic Gaming. He knows that there is man towards Goose, and Rawful quick to the trigger. 11-5. And yeah, Mystic Gaming. A good start to the second half, and potentially a lifeline for them to get back in this game. We know that Mystic Gaming are in it for the long haul, right? We've seen them go to OTs. We've seen them fight all the way to their last breath. And I think it's not going to be anything different here.
We've also seen in scenarios, especially with certain few teams, the T side seems to be light years apart from their CT side. They're much more comfortable on offense, and that might just be the case here for Mystic Gaming. But as I say that, the SMG turns up in numbers and gets the opener towards long. The rest of them are all teamed up here towards upper tunnels, and the push through in the corner. Macho with the pistol.
Oh, Jaguar chimes them with a good kill. And mind you, DA stacked down to 77, so it's possible for Jaguar to land this one shot. Missing the shot through the door, missing a beat here. Jaguar missing a few uncharacteristic shots. Now Level 0 with the man advantage, trying to contest towards the B side, while the distractions towards door, the pushes towards tunnels. They do get a little bit of work done here, but Mystic Gaming being put in between a rock and a hard place is Proud. Destroys DA on the peak. There's going to be on a Rawful to find this clutch and keep his team in it to win a grenade. It's going to... Proud. Blown to smithereens. 6-11. Mystic Gaming. There's a marathon ahead of them, and they're just starting to sprint.
What an awesome nade there, OG, to top it off. Mystic Gaming hold on, but not by much. It again comes down to a 1v1 there at the end, despite Mystic Gaming having the numbers against the pistols. Level 0, I'm going to be back on another eco here, having, I believe, force bot into the previous one. But we're never really going to say no to the pistols, as the opener is found by Proud.
Yeah, cheers to that, dude. We've seen way too many of these rounds that, quite frankly, gives us a hard time hitting the bed at night. Macho gonna get downed as he tries to get a little aggressive through tunnels, while the rest of his... Oh, no, the team... Yeah, Level 0 Esports, they know it as well. This round should be going the way of Mystic. Torres ends up going down. Jaguar trying to poke through the window, see if he can find any hand sticking out, but nothing to offer him the hand per se. Lost. Ooh! Quick frag with the back 10. Quick. To put it to good use, DA. Quick to remove him off his plight though, and Jaguar left all alone with the Deagle. A 1 versus 3 lies ahead of him, which his team has done good to get the damage into the economy of Mystic Gaming, forcing them to reinvest the next round. And anything he finds thereafter is going to be a gift.
He's not committed in on anything just yet, Jaguar. He's going to stick around to see if he can maybe take a few rifles away. Mystic Gaming aren't really going to give him an opportunity to do so. 11-7. The gun round coming in for level 0 esports here. The 5 M4s, no AWP in play, and surprisingly no kit either. They decide to go with the rifles and the utility over the kit. And Mystic Gaming, what's their play here? It is towards long.
Jaguar getting caught off guard. The smoke really from the key side, in fact, to deny that early refrag Torres. He's a tad bit too late, but the man advantage going in the favor of Mystic Gaming for now. Torres really needs to disengage and he gets the hell out of there. Because if he would have gone down, it would have been a 2 versus 4 and the A side down to Siege. Mystic Gaming though, realizing that they have the man advantage, are playing this one slow, proud. He knows exactly what's up here. He knows exactly what DA is trying to do, and he's trying to counteract that. There should be a peek coming in from T-Spawn at any moment. Proud, is he spotted out? No, he isn't. A lifeline here for level 0 as now they potentially have the avenue to get aggressive, but it's being watched in DA. He whiffs. He lets go of this man advantage, and now level 0 esports given a chance to get back in it. And they're taking a gamble here. A lot of resources committed towards the B side. And Mystic Gaming, are they gonna walk into the bear trap is the question. Defensive nade alongside the Molotov, alongside the smoke in fact. Mystic Gaming, they have a lot in way of their own utility, right? A lot of flashes, a couple of smokes. They need to be using all these to finesse on the entry. The close flash, dodged by Macho, but the P comes in prior, and Stone gets the entry. But are they aware of Torres to his car? He's at a 9 HP, but he's still alive and kicking. There's all on a Raffle. Proud peeks in through window, but he whiffs. Raffle has the chance to go massive. Waffle goes baffling them, and it's 8-11. Mystic Gaming are not gonna sleep just yet.
What a huge whiff there from level 0 esports. 2v1, crossfire in place, the spray doesn't connect, and boy oh boy doesn't Raffle punish them for it. Red HP turns around, gets the 2 frags, and Mystic Gaming, they're not out of this by a mile, OG. The rush in towards an MTB side, the 8th stack offers nothing right now, and Mystic Gaming are soon gonna be in touching distance. 9-11.
Still being attempted though. Is it gonna be of no avail? The MAC-10 is an absolute beast against no armor, and they hold on to it. Raffle, surprised that he didn't pick up the AK that is right behind him, but hey, no problem to that, right? Level 0 esports. They let go of that one round and see what it's led to, Shade. The momentum sway that we kept taunting in the first half, now it's right back in it. 9-11. Mystic Gaming chasing the tail of level 0 esports. And it seems like they're doing just about enough. The flashes, the re-engagement through long, this is gonna be everything. The flash is perfect. Jaguar and Lost. Demolish them on the entry and an instant 2-man disadvantage. But this is where Mystic Gaming can try playing reactive. Raffle could try getting the entry towards mid and thereafter try getting the B side under his belt. But again, this is all based on the information that we as a spectator are getting. It's completely different when you're facing up against these beasts on the server itself. So far, a lot of map control gifted to the side of level 0 on the back of that early engagement, and Mystic Gaming left a scramble of what's remaining of their forces towards short. Chatu, there's actually no flashbangs left on a Mystic Gaming, so most of these engagements have to be on the back of either smoke pushes or Molotov forces. Lost. Holding the far angle, so the Molotov isn't going to touch him. And now he's going to hold the close one. Stones tagged down at 19 HP, and now the back comes in from Torres. Lost. Beautiful bait and switch. Leaves it all on a Chatu in a 1 versus 5. Now a 4, but Proud. Quick that has shut things down. 12-9. Mystic Gaming. They still have money left in the bag, but rounds are starting to become somewhat of a delicacy for them right now.
9-12. Level 0 esports. Able to hold things down there, get the early frags towards long, that peak with the flashbang. Timing couldn't be any perfect. Set themselves up with the 2-man advantage very early into the round. They also had control there of the C4 for out at long for a long time, forcing Mystic Gaming to play around it and split their forces up. It must be a big blow considering they were just a couple of rounds away from getting back into this, but now all of a sudden they find themselves having to dig deep in their pockets here to reinvest back into this, and if they end up losing this, that room for error will soon start to deplete away from them, but it's not over just yet. It's still got a fair bit of inroad into this matchup. 12-9, 30 seconds remaining. Macho with the spray and through the smoke. Are 4 keys in fact, and he's been spotted in the corner. Incendiary, no time to use that. The flashbang timing perfect. Proud, blind as a bat, and that is it. The B side is wide open. Smoke goes down. Torres is blinded up, and you call for the save right here, right now. The push coming in with the backstab as well. They've already cleared Lost out at long. You hold on to this AWP if you're level 0 esports.
They are. Torres lining up the flash, the Molotov towards platform that will force Stone back a bit. In fact, he's going to dispose of the smoke, so he does not have... So they don't have a leverage upon him. Jaguar, though. Is he trying to ninja or something? Jaguar gets the first. The turnaround from Ruffles there. Yup. Torres trying to be on the save. Nice flick on a Stone. Kanku collected. Lands the frag on a Ruffle thereafter. Chatu quick on the back. And if Torres would have gotten that, that could have been disastrous for Mystic Gaming. But hey, they get the round more importantly, and now level 0 esports in a position where they're vulnerable. Because their economy, it's not soaring sky high. In fact, it's not doing great at all. Torres gonna be back on it with the op. If Mystic Gaming get this round by any stretch of the margin shade, they're not only in a position where they can contest the equalizer, but they can even contest the lead, which is absolutely massive, considering that they entered this half 11-4, and Mystic Gaming with a huge momentum sway and a resurgence in the T side. Is it too... Did I speak a little too soon there? Or did Mystic Gaming feed in to the level 0 juggernaut cuss?
And they're continuing to do so, OG. They walk in to the trap one by one out at long. That has been the most contested so far in this matchup. It was highly contested the last match we witnessed on stream as well, and it continues to cause teams problems here.
Smoke a tad bit too late, but he ends up making the cross. Chatu Molotov to his tunnels to provide temporary cover, which means DA needs to be on the cover duty towards window. Bomb being planted, the backstab in fruition from Jaguar. If they don't get a flurry of frags right now, it's just going to be the numbers to prove well being Mystic Gaming towards the side. It's all left on to Chatu. He's good on the first, but a lot of pressure being put upon him, and Torres down some with the AWP. Level 0 esports. They're really showing that long is not a position for Mystic Gaming to even try to contest. Perhaps that's just right. That's just it, right? If Level 0 are contesting long so much, there's a huge chance that 3 players are towards the B side, towards the A side. Now, based on the back of that information, you can try and perhaps commit to a fast mid to B, which in return will both delay the rotation of Level 0 esports and give you that edge while you're entering towards the side, both in terms of number, firepower, and at the end of the day, that refab potential will be lost from Level 0 esports.
Towards short, the push comes through. 1, 2. Can he find the third? He keeps holding mouse 1, and there is loss for backup though.
Yeah, done and dusted for Mystic Gaming. Punished as they go in single file and feed into both Lost and Proud. And boy, they must be feeling proud right now. 14-10 as Level 0 esports mitigate disaster. For a second there, I assumed that Mystic Gaming are going to be right back in it and even might potentially take this game home. Level 0 esports, though, proving that experience is worth the gold and showing its value here against Mystic Gaming. Because Mystic Gaming by no means are slouches, and they've shown it to us on the second half, where they've proven that they can go toe-to-toe against Level 0 esports. But it's just that extra bit of experience that Level 0 have that has aided them so far. Proud and Macho to obliterate the push to its tunnel as they drop the bomb as well. It's all left on a Chatu and Stone to try and recover. A flash over, Lost, gonna be peeking on the back of that smoke. Torres gets the leg, Lost, puts them to bed. Torres actually ends up going down though. Chatu, the op, he's trying to pick it up. 15-10. Chatu. Oh boy, that can turn into a gift, Shade. I'm not gonna lie. That can turn into a really good gift.
Well, 10-15, Level 0 with 5 match points. The final timeout used by Mystic Gaming here. Backs against the wall. They're facing elimination. They don't have the money to invest into this though. $2,500 approx. It's screaming SMGs and armor is all that they're gonna have, and it's gonna have to be a cheese strata gamble here if they're even gonna try and make this happen. Playing this slow, Level 0 esports, we saw them play hyper aggressive towards long. Last round we saw them do that towards upper tunnels, and they're going to continue to do this round as well. In Mystic Gaming, Auto Shorty, Scout, upgraded pistols. They've decided to invest a little bit on the utility side. And Proud gets the opener, the all-important one, and he clicks the second as well. Stone goes down, he spotted Chatu. They're trying to play the bait and switch, but Proud is ready for that peek. He's got 3. They finally drop him, but at what cost? Chatu does manage to get one more 2v3 now. It's all of a sudden doable. Macho holding an angle that you don't really expect or check, and Abu or the Shorty is just waiting on Chatu to be able to do something at this point of time at short. Jaguar can close this right here, right now. 1v3, Abu with the Auto Shorty in a scouting mission here. How is he gonna not only find frags, OG, but break this down into individual duels? He needs to upgrade real soon. Jaguar, perfect distance to get hit by the Shorty. Up to the face, he does. Can he upgrade back out soon? He spotted the second player around as well. Torres, time is off the essence. 28 seconds remaining. He's going to boost himself up towards shot, and he's going to make that mad dash. Or is he? He's baiting Torres to come in. 19 seconds remaining. He's out of time. He's going to have to come and tucks his tail between his feet, and he's gonna try and make this dash across. Smoke not deployed just yet. He's gonna try and plant this attempt at the jump shot. Abu survives, but not long enough. It is done indeed. Level 0, 16-10, eliminate Mystic Gaming and move on to the quarterfinals of the Rise of Legion CSGO tournament, powered by Lenovo and Intel. Apple We did expect it to be very close, but
Yes.
yeah, Level Zero able to use that experience to their favor and eventually take it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, Level Zero, they had great momentum. There were moments where Mystic Gaming looked like as though they were going to, have a full-on comeback. But Level Zero kind of just held their own, and they always change up their strategy whenever they approached the next few rounds. I like the way Level Zero played actually, and huge congratulations to them. Well deserved. What are your afterthoughts, Shade?
I think the changing point was when Mystic Gaming started off solid. Level
Yeah.
Zero changed up the pace entirely. They started playing hyper aggressive, very fast, hitting long as well as mid time and again and getting the opening duels. I think a majority of that was down to Proud, who got a lot of early frags, openers,
Proud.
and made so much happen for Level Zero across the server. Mystic Gaming never really recovered from that in the first half, 11-4. They did try to mount somewhat of a comeback in the second half, but it was by and large Level Zero controlling the pace of that entire match, and 16-10 eventually take it in a comfortable fashion, and now a slot in the quarterfinals up against quite a bit of firepower that's waiting for them there.
All right. So, guys, this is the Rise of Legion CSGO tournament you are watching, powered by Lenovo and Intel, and we have AFK Gaming as our media partner. Now, next up, it is going to be Moj Clan Esports versus Phoenix Esports. So that is going to be a juicy one to watch. Do stay tuned. Subscribe to this channel if you have not. Like, all links are in the description. You can check them out, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.
Hi guys, and welcome back to the Rise of Legion CSGO tournament powered by Lenovo and Intel. And we have AFK Gaming as our media partner. We are ready with game number 3, and that is going to be Moj Clan Esports versus Phoenix Esports. Now, we have seen Phoenix appear a couple of times through this tournament. A very strong team, newly formed, but they consist of players that have been in the scene for a relatively long time. So Shade, have you heard of Moj Clan? This is going to be the first time we're seeing them on stream here.
Yep, I'm looking at the players in the server. I have no idea of who they are, but I'm sure they themselves know about Phoenix Esports and the challenge that lies ahead of them.
For sure. And the map that is coming up, and looking at both these two teams, how do you think it's actually going to go down?
I think this is going to be very similar to the first match that we witnessed in the day, Global Esports. I think Phoenix Esports is a team that has so much firepower with experience on their side. We always ended up talking about GE as well as Reckoning Esports. Phoenix Esports is another team that is surely going to be in contention of taking the title as well. Definitely looking to get into at least the top 4, and over here, I think they're going to be the heavily favored team going into this one, Apple.
All right, Phoenix Esports versus Moj Clan Esports. It's going to be exciting. Now, guys, remember we are in the round of 16. So after this, there's no more best of ones. There's going to be best of threes, and it will be the quarterfinals. All right, so today is the last day, and do stick around. Remember to subscribe to this channel as well, so that you can get all the notifications when the tournament progresses and we have our future streams. Now,
We're actually, I think, all but set to jump into
that's
the
perfect.
action
All right,
here.
let's go.
Yeah, without further ado, let's just dive into this
Yes.
matchup. We have Phoenix Esports versus Moj Clan Esports. Joining us is OG, the low-res chicken, as always. OG, I kind of predicted this to be Phoenix taking this easily. Do you think that's going to be the case?
Oh, for sure, Shade. Again, like you said, Moj Clan is not really having a roster which is well known to us, but that's been the case throughout the majority of the tournament, right? A lot of new faces here to show and try to contest against what we'd consider veterans in the Indian scene. Let's see if Moj Clan can at least dent Phoenix Esports, if not even take the victory here, because, hey, they might not be known to us, they might not be known to Phoenix Esports, which means they potentially have that ability to not be read as easily as you would a conventional team. Now, Moj Clan, starting off on the D side of Inferno, Phoenix, I think we've already seen a game of them on Inferno where they completely dominated Tito. It's going to be tucked towards apartments, not a comfortable position to be in with the USP. The Glocks just run him down. Knight Rider with a P2000. He's good for the first, ignoring the player who jumped down, trying to look for the third who drops down from apps, but that's not going to be the case. 3 versus 3 for the post plant, and Refuse Kit, if I'm not wrong, was on the body of Knight Rider. Let's see if this retake of it's going to be futile. Badman at range, he's good for the frag on a honk, and he's just trying to buy distraction for Rexy to strike in from apartments. He's been set up for the flank from the start of the round. Rexy a little whiffy, but Badman more than making it up. Whips out the USP and the quad kill to end things. Should have enough time on the defuse. Phoenix Esports take the pistol, but Moj Clan did come close to pulling this pistol round off. So hey, at least a good start here for Moj Clan, considering that they are facing up against what we consider top 4 material in the tournament.
They did manage to punish a couple of early missed shots at apartments. Moj Clan get themselves with the numbers onto the site. Plant in, but I think they delayed it far too much. Their Badman allowed to get individual duels. He's able to constantly just keep picking the T's one by one. A mistake I hope Moj Clan are quick to learn from. Looks like they're going to do a 5-man walk down second mid right now. The closest to that area is going to be Pokey here up at balcony. Decent bit of utility invested in this. The smoke flashbang, but they're all running into Knight Rider again. He's got 2, and the M4 more down. No.
Alright, a good bit of weaponry taken out of their hands. If they're able to deny that M4, it would be a good bet. They're trying to force the bomb fly, but it's dropped all the way through arches. It's just all hiding inside, in fact, hoping that he might get a pick going his way. Pokey was able to retrieve that M4, which was dropped over. And 2-0, Phoenix Esports, they farmed up the money with the SMGs. Moj Clan Esports, in a position where they can invest, surely. But I feel like this is going to be a round where Phoenix Esports just kick the pace up a notch. Knowing that they could be up against the AKs, they try to put the MP9s in the most effective of ranges. In fact, they've sent both the MP9s towards the B side. A site where the entry point is very narrow and could lead to the MP9 spray down. It just sets up this round perfectly, Shade.
Right now the T's tries to make the push through though by Tito.
Beautiful flash dodge. That is such heads up play that he heard that one minor pull of pin and he was more than ready for the play that Phoenix Esports came in ready with. Moj Clan Esports on the bye now with the advantage. Phoenix Esports tried to do something a little unorthodox and out of the box, but did not pay off at the end. Batman, a really good position held, will give him a frag. He disengages and he knows that if he stays there for a little longer, he'd be in a very exposed position. Now,
He's going to, in fact, fall all the way back towards pit here, does Batman. And that does leave Knight Rider a little exposed. Looks like the T's are now looking to explore Banana as well. Rexy with the jump spot. He's going to see this coming from a mile away. Smokes committed in towards short A. Batman is in a good position. He can't find the initial spray down though. The wide peak aids them, and Pokey drops as well with no retaliation just yet. Knight Rider only able to find the one, and that leaves Rexy 1 versus 3 with the MP9. Do you even attempt this considering he's got armor, kit, helmet to take over to the next round? Where
yeah, if you're Rexy, you just try and save this. Perhaps drop over the beat of 50 to your comrade, get another deagle in maybe into the mix. There's no point in letting the diffuse kit and the armor go, certainly. Both luxuries towards the next round, as both Pokey and Knight Rider are going to be dead broke, and Batman will have just enough money to perhaps even be afloat. Moj Clan, though, a really good response, right? The entry looked crisp, their backlines looked secure, and Rexy tried to get that M4. Sadly, a little too far from his grasp. What do Phoenix Esports do in this position? They can drop over a couple of pistols, try and make ends meet. Tito, he's gone with the armor deal investment. Perhaps when the guns get picked up, both Knight Rider and Tito would be in a position where they can do a lot of impact. 2 men going down towards Banana, early control. But now left uncontested by Phoenix Esports, and this range, the MP9 is certainly decent, but not good enough against that kind of preciseness. Moj Clan now taking the advantage. Perhaps the commitment towards B might be a wrong call here, because we've seen these pistols go to work, especially towards the B side, right? Where these close quarter engagements does favor the plus point of the Deagle and the CZ. Batman, gonna be playing a little wide through the smoke, actually finds a good hiding spot towards dark, where Knight Rider is just trying to play off the audio cue. The flash gets the dig, but not the kill, and Hawk downs Batman as soon as the peak comes in. Tito, toward constructions, could come in with the deny in the nick of time actually, but not gonna take the shot. Pokey, gonna join his comrade. They even potentially could save, considering that their investment in the next round not gonna be that great. And they could eco this one out before they do buy and commit to what we'd consider a really crucial round, right? Where if they lose that, it's going to be Moj Clan taking the lead. But it seems that they just want to try and do something in the way of damage. Mike, peek to its instructions, does end up costing him his life. Pokey, try to do a little bit of damage, but he's going to be able to save the AK. That's baffling to me, Shade. I thought Moj Clan will not allow this whatsoever. But that saved AK might just be the lifeline here, because Rexy, Tito, and Batman can invest. Knight Rider goes down to the Clarion. Yep, Tito, he whips out the op as we speak. Rexy going down to the FAMAS as well. They're able to squeeze the buy together, Shade, but if Phoenix Esports do not gain control of this game right now, it's going to be Moj Clan taking the lead and potentially even control of the first half, as the CD economy right now seems to be struggling.
it does right now. Tito, aggressive peak with the AWP, backs away just as the push comes in. He's still spotted out quite a few players. There's a boost coming in towards the mid as well. Batman in a good position to punish this along with his comrade Knight Rider. They clean things up.
Move down towards top of mid. I don't think Moj Clan expected this kind of play to come in this early from Phoenix Esports. And mind you, at the start of the round, Phoenix Esports stacked 4 men towards the B side. So is certainly reaping all the rewards right now. Phoenix Esports, they need to keep these 4 men up if they want to keep their economy in a positive light. Tito, he grabs that final kill and thereby the advantage as well. Most clan though have money to potentially squeeze out a buy, and it seems like that's gonna be their plan. Trace did drop the op over to Flicker. Do you think this op is gonna be what changes things though? Do you feel like Phoenix Esports are in a position where they now try and get a little leverage over the map and try to peek in towards an angle? Do you think Flicker is gonna be, oh, alright, I see that and it happens, Tito. Spot the body, oh, he misses the shot. It looked on point to me, but Phoenix Esports, their op, not yielding them the early kill. And now, Mojclan have an inkling as to where the op's position as well. So they can try playing off that information that they just received. Pokey, just being as cheeky as he can, trying to get a little information. Not committing as much to a shoulder bait. Yep, he spots these 2 men there. Should call it out. Has the smoke in case the commitment does come in. Phoenix Esports though, the setup, it's balanced on the edge of a sword. Whoever gets that first kill could run away with the trade game and get the advantage, and potentially the A side as well, in case it is going to be Mojclan. Smoke towards Arches. Nightrider knows exactly what's up. Should be a flash coming through. No, there isn't. It's actually a little late. Nightrider doubles up, and you cannot afford to let this man feel himself in this situation. It's all... It's a thing of nightmare shades. You simply cannot allow Phoenix Esports to start feeling their groove, or else we'll have a game which is reminiscent of the global esports matchup we had prior today.
Yeah, it's a call for the save here. Mojclan, the push coming in through apartments in mid. Again, they peek in one by one. There was little to no utility expanded. Just a wide swing with the rifle there, hoping that they get the opener. No flashes in place to take the opper out of play, and more often than not, you don't miss too many of those, especially if you're the caliber of Phoenix Esports. 4-2. 2 consecutive rounds now, and Mojclan.
We talked a lot about how Reckoning Esports were that one underdog who could try and pull off an upset, right? That is before the Blaze matchup as well. Do you think the same about Phoenix Esports right now with the form they're showing? Because they certainly have the name and the caliber, like you mentioned. Going deeper into this tournament, they're going to be facing against teams like Global, teams like Reckoning, teams like Level Zero, which they certainly are in even grounds with, right? But I feel like Phoenix Esports have something missing in their roster which might propel them forward and even get them the opportunity to face up against them. Do you feel likewise, or do you feel like you disagree in that aspect?
I believe they've got enough firepower and the team play to go up against a team like GE, but I don't think GE has even been tested so far in the matches that they've played. Even to the extent that Phoenix were in the first 2 rounds of this very match. They've pretty much cruised through every single round so far. That being said though, it is going, if they do face up, it is going to be in the semi-finals where it is a best of 3 scenario, where I think the map picks will also play a very big part. GE does have a very deep map pool to pick from. Phoenix Esports, however, I'm not too sure about that. Picking up maps like Mirage, Inferno, I think is going to favor GE.
Nightrider being patient about this. He ends up going down though. Tito with the off, not able to provide results, and he burns to the crisp. The 2-man advantage for Moj, but temporarily. As the bomb drops towards CDB and Rexy chimes in at the perfect moment, demolishing the setup. It's time. It's done. Rexy has won this round out. 5-2, Mojclan. they take this very close, right? They've been on the cusp of winning some of these rounds, but Phoenix Esports always have that one play that denies them completely. Coming into this matchup, I believe that Moj Clan had no chance to beat Phoenix Esports, but it feels like they're on even standings. It feels like they have it in them, and they just need that one round, right? That just throws them over the horizon and tries to show them a little bit of a newer light. Ooh! Knight Rider took the op towards mid, and he's deeked out of existence. What a way to open it up, Mike. Now I know where you call yourself daddy. Absolute spanking delivered to Knight Rider. They do manage to retrieve that op. It's on a bad man. The flick does not connect. Another frag. This time is the AK that's chiming in. Badman with the op gets the drive-by with the USP. The wide swing committed and punished. Now the man neutralizer comes in and this A push is fallen flat. Molotov pushes Badman off his angle, down at 50 HP, but they've committed for this rotation towards the A side, which leaves the B side vulnerable, and Moj Clan have read this pretty well. Mind you, MR has armor, so it's still very doable here for Moj Clan. My daddy getting aggressive! What a shot! This man has come alive in a way that nobody has expected so far. A 2 versus 2, and he has the potential to go grab that AK. The more time that's passed is the more time that Moj Clan realized that it's a 2-man retake from Banana. The Deagle. We've talked about this a lot, Shade. This is just pure Indian CS. Mr. Han has concealed his position. Now going for the AK, he's punished. And mind you, he's down to 5 HP Tito. Lucky.
Does he have the time though? I don't believe he does.
Oh, what a round! For a second, I thought that he might just be in it to win it. But Moj Clan, an absolutely beautiful round with the pistols. My daddy coming up heads and beyond. The fact that he would down Knight Rider towards mid was let alone bamboozling to me. But the frag he got during the post plan, if I'm not wrong, it was on Pokey, who was in rotation towards CT. That was the difference maker there. That's what gave them so much room to work with in the post plan, at least from our perspective, right? They still had their boots locked into the grounds. Still won the round nonetheless. The man disadvantage now, but it's going to be Phoenix Esports, in fact, who are going to be on the bottom end of this weaponry advantage. Rexy, a swing far too wide for him to flick. They could take the boost and try punishing this. It's already being watched till the dick comes in. Have they heard it though? Badman, bam, connects, disengages from the boost. Again, the man advantage, but the op a little too far for their reach, and Pokey coming in from the back line. This could be the difference maker here. The pistols do end up going down, but it's all on a trace. Oh, wow. The pistols yet again find a way to chime in at these rounds, and Phoenix Esports seal the potential lead that Moj Clan could have at least tried to contest.
2 rounds now, the pistols reigning supreme. Phoenix Esports showing us that, hey, we're not too bad with the pistols ourselves. The B hit, this time turning out a lot different to the previous one, courtesy Phoenix with a stellar retake. The smoke actually helps Phoenix there as they're able to burst out of it. Moj Clan had unfortunately no idea of where the hit was coming from. They turn up with the numbers, and the backstab coming in, I believe was from Pokey with the AK from Banana, cleans up 2 at the end. 6-3, Moj Clan do call a timeout. They don't have the money to buy this time around, but just about enough to maybe even think about pistol and armor, OG, and try and go for that plant early on. Now that's
I like the fact that they're taking timeouts right now where it's getting heated in the start, right? These rounds are getting very close, Shade. It's in a situation where Phoenix Esports don't even have that great of an economy to fall back upon. So it's pretty easy for Moj Clan to break the momentum that Phoenix Esports are coming in with if they keep winning these one-off rounds, but they need to start stringing them together, Shade. That's the only way I see them making their way back into this and potentially pulling off one of the biggest upsets I can think so far. We talked about Reckoning versus Blaze being one of the biggest upsets in the tournaments. This, I think it will surpass that by a mile.
even if it doesn't, it is going to come darn close. 6-3. Phoenix, however, are still pretty much in the driver's seat, despite how a few rounds have played out so far. Moj Clan out of money for this one. But going by the trend with the pistol so far, I'm not going to discount them out just yet. Tito towards apartments. The first shot's no good. The second shot misses as well, and they're going to continue to cut the distance. He's dropped the C4. And with that, this should be a straightforward cleanup. Maybe not.
Yeah. Oh, what a shot! Again, these pistols providing so much value and investment. Flicker, he does not have armor, so cannot take a prolonged aim duel, and Rexy in with the shoulder bait. Knight Rider, one of the most precise ops in India, he gets the tag, but not the bad. The quick swing from Rexy at any moment, and he's gonna claim it. Ooh. I seen that round prior, Shade. I was for a second a believer, but Moj Clan did a lot in way of damage, and they got the bomb plan as well. So a lot gained in terms of investment. But the investment better start paying off, because Moj Clan need to start winning out these gun rounds, and they need to do it in a fashion where they don't lose more than 3 players. Even on their end, they need a strong economy if they want to try and contest this, where on the T side, it's significantly easier to manage.
Two ops right now, Tito as well as Knight Rider for the CTs, and they've spotted the player out. Are they going to offer a peek here to Knight Rider? He holds the angle down, and Daddy comes so close to getting his head ripped off. Aggressive rundown. Flicker will eventually take that angle back, but there's no one really contesting him anymore. The entire banana offered up by Phoenix Esports. They're playing deep inside the site. Badman up at CT, Rexy up on the site itself, and they're gonna keep Knight Rider on rotate.
Pokey gets punished for trying to peek out of app. Moj Clan have been passive the entire round, watching for the aggressive stance from Phoenix Esports, and they're finally gifted. That nade did so much damage. Moj Clan significantly wounded on the entry, and the defensive utility keeps them out the door for now. Moj Clan with the advantage slow things down, which is the exact perfect call to make, right? Because for now, Phoenix Esports, their defense is very split. You get another entry towards the side, and the rotation is going to be miles away, which secures you the round essentially. It seems like they want to commit to where's this B side take. Phoenix Esports are not believers though. It's going to be to a side. It's all going to be on to Rexy and Badman to deliver on the whole. 2 flashes is what they have to do with Rexy. Going to be the first line of contact. He's good though, and he's priming the flash. Badman trying to do his best on the cover duty, but they trade a kill each. A 2 versus 3, the numbers favoring Moj Clan, but the HP on both Flicker and Tars is so dead low. The retake effort being 2-pronged, one towards Banana, one towards CT. Knight Rider holding the position, knowing exactly where Flicker is. But this is just more time being bought for the timer to go down and down and down. Knight Rider lurking and walking his way in. Headshot with the op. The double up on the retake, not the weapon you'd like, but the weapon they have, and they're doing more than enough. Tino, up close and personal, gets the shot, gets the clutch, and gets the round. Phoenix Esports 8-3, shutting down Moj Clan Esports on their T side so far.
Well, double ops in that 2v3 retake. Phoenix Esports definitely have the odds stacked against them, but boy oh boy, don't they make that work, OG. Their Tito going in huge there with that no-scope clutch. Point blank range at the end. 8-3. Moj Clan Huge props to these guys. They've been so close on multiple occasions now, but Phoenix stepping it up every single time when it matters the most. In some of these rounds, MOG has had a say in. Unfortunately, have all swung the way of Phoenix, giving them a comfortable lead right now, and the shots through the smokes as well.
That is dirty, Shade. That is dirty. Phoenix Esports, 2-man advantage now in their books. Make it a 3-man advantage, as not only do they have this round under wraps, but they're bound to hit double digits on the back of this run victory, as Moj Clan have no money to fall back upon. In fact, they're dead broke. With Phoenix Esports keeping 5 men up, their economy just keeps growing stronger and stronger, where they need to start doing it, right? Because Phoenix Esports, if they lose a single round right now, it would give Moj Clan at least a chance to get 5 rounds, maybe on the T side. But the more the half progresses, the more Phoenix Esports are winning out. With Moj Clan coming really close to victory but having no cigar at the end, the scoreline doesn't do justice to their effort here, Shade. This is a matchup that's far closer than what the score suggests. And Moj Clan, coming into this game, you, me, even Apollonia for the fact had no clue who these players are. But damn, do they pack a punch.
And people are going to remember Mike's Deagle plays for a long time, but Knight Rider out at mid is cleaning house. 2 kills already. The Molotov holds him in position, but looks like they're going to peek this back out into his crosshair again. Last remaining player up. Actually, there's 2 more. Is Mike. Just about joining him up at second mid. But the damage in this round is already done. It's a 2v4 situation. Trying to take control of mid back again. But Knight Rider, readjusted all the way towards short, is going to find one. And Mike, yeah, he's seen him in balcony there as well. He's not going to move. He wants his 4th. Pokey.
Spots it. He's gonna steal it away. Knight Rider could go for the ace here. One of the few aces we've had in this tournament so far, but it looks to be stolen from him. Are they gonna gift it? Rexy. Oh, Mike! This is the man you do not test, Shade. Phoenix Esports. Knight Rider so low, but he gets the ace. I assumed this might just be one of those other rounds which we've seen throughout the game, but damn. Knight Rider makes it look relatively easy, but in all honesty, Moj Clan headed into that round with only Deagles. Only 2 men left standing on Phoenix Esports, and their economy hasn't gotten good grounds thus far. It's very crucial for Moj Clan here to secure these last 2 rounds if they have to get any hope in the second half. In the game prior, Shade, we saw that an 11-4 half can end at a 16-10 finish, right? There's no reason why they can't extend that. There's no reason why Moj Clan are out of the game so far. Their CD side might look worlds different from their T side, and I just hope that they have more action. Send it in for us, Rexy! Could have gone for a massive spray down, but he ends up going down after getting 1 kill and a little bit of damage done on the Danger Man Mike himself. Grenade? That's a little bit of chip damage, and Phoenix Esports are gambling at the fact that Moj Clan want to try and hit towards A, where it's only Tito to defend the B side. He's held a close angle. As soon as the utility comes raining in, he calls for rotations and falls back, holds another passive angle. They are just feeding into the op right now. Knight Rider, in fact, on the rotation as well, is the double op to defend towards the B side. Mike, he's been an absolute beast so far with his aim, and through the smoke, Knight Rider lights out for him with the AWP. The flash him into the sky, and the aggressive angle held. Mike is so dead low, and Pokey instant on the punish. The bomb's getting planted with Flicker on the op. There's still lies a chance. Hank gets the kill on a bad man. Pokey, a 1 versus 2. This clutch would mean everything for his team. He gets the first. He knows that Hack is close. And personal headshot, guillotine machine. 11-3. Phoenix Esports can't help but clutching, because all they do is win, 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 no matter what.
Oh boy. 1v2 there at the end with the rifle. Again, Moj Clan pull it so close, but they're unable to trade the frags on the retakes there. 11-3. It's a huge lead now for Phoenix Esports. Triple op setup, because why not? They're in the driver's seat. Might as well go for it. Badman offers a peek towards mid, but ooh.
Too many a repeat shade. Ends up costing him his life. Phoenix Esports have been massive playmakers so far. Pokey, in fact, the transfer connects on a hack, taking him down to 12 HP, taking him down 50 HP. He's good on the secondary spray. The op up close and personal Tito has been an absolute madman so far. Double kill, in fact, with the op. And it's been the op, right, which has been Phoenix Esports' savior so far. Knight Rider fancies his chances at the clutch with the M4, spots the shadow. This is huge information. Aggresses at the perfect moment, but does he know where Flicker is? Bomb. Planted towards both pit, grave, and apartments for that fact. Flicker, perfect position, and finally a round where they can reap the rewards of all their efforts so far. 11-4, a similar scoreline from our game prior, Shade, but I feel like Moj Clan still have a good bit of fight left in them.
Yep, 11-4. Phoenix Esports, a very strong CT side showing, while Moj Clan, the score doesn't really do justice to how close some of these rounds have been, OG. We expected this to be a much more one-sided affair, but instead it's been Moj Clan pushing Phoenix the distance, pushing them to bring their A game in round after round, and having to clutch a plethora of rounds there to having to make this scoreline a reality. And Badman, the jumping shot.
That's a danger man out as well. Mike gets absolutely daddied in that engagement. And now with the commitment towards mid to B, the bomb being dropped is a massive... Oh! Are we seeing a knife in fruition? Oh, Phoenix Esports, you can't diss them like this. Come on. Knight Rider was exactly where the last player is. Phoenix Esports on their T side, looking far more confident and aggressive than what Moj Clan did display us. Beautiful shot though towards Batman, I'll give him that. 12-4, Moj Clan left with barely any room to work with in the second half. For now, they called the timeout here, Shade. I'm really happy they did. They're still in it. They believe in themselves. I believe in them. This game we have had, Shade, 12-4 seems one-sided on paper. But this has been one of the best games we've seen today so far, period.
Indeed it has, but the scoreline says a completely different story. Phoenix Esports having come out on top of many of these clutch situations, having gone down to the wire. Moj Clan, unfortunately, they've done a really good job for most part of these rounds, but that final third is where they're lacking. I think it's pretty much down to the nerves, right? And the experience as well. Phoenix Esports, they've been in this situation a million times. They know how to play every one of these situations out, and unfortunately Moj Clan don't really have the same backing them up as well. I'm gonna go for a B stack here. They're gonna send the MAC-10 in anyway in this direction, and it should be a fairly straightforward cleanup. They've got the first kill in. 4v4. He's just here to have some fun.
Yep. It's like whack-a-mole, right? But this time the mole is whacking you. You need to be the one who's safe. Tito, in fact, the 9 is so strong that he pulls out the Glock, but finally put a rest with the Deeg. The man disadvantage, the weaponry disadvantage, any kind of disadvantage you can think, Moj Clan are in it. Toki balls the play to its side. There should be a swing. Flipper just allows his teammate to go down and free, and he pays the price for the bait. 13-4. It might be Moj Clan out the door. But I'll come out and say this shit. Moj Clan have earned my respect. Even though they got only 4 rounds, the amount of work that Phoenix Esports had to do to win this game, none of us assumed that Phoenix Esports were going to sweat this much. It came down to 1 versus 2s, 2 versus 2s, 3 versus 2s, and almost many of the rounds that Phoenix Esports were on their CT side. And boy, Moj Clan, they certainly put up a statement, right? Coming so far into the tournament and posting such a good, I wouldn't say scoreline, but posting as much of resistance as they have against Phoenix Esports, it's certainly commendable. And I can't wait to see how these players turn out, Shade. These players look really promising, and so far, they just need more time. They just need more time to work on their basics. Their aim looks so on point. If they're able to play the clutch situations right, Shade, this would have been a completely different story in the second half. Beautiful entry from Rexy, on point as ever, and Tito in with the follow-up instantaneously. The bomb dropped all the way back in T-base, so at this point, it's just a free-for-all that they have in mind. Flicker, trying to push, trying to steal the advantage away. Pokey, being as much of a nuisance as he can with the Mac-10. Quick drive-by. And Moj Clan, they look to be in vain so far. Potentially even committing to a save right now. What would you feel that, if you had to give any kind of advice to Moj Clan, what would that advice be, Shade? Because they certainly have come in with really good performance today, right?
I mean, I'd say just keep working at it. Keep your heads high. Keep participating in a lot of tournaments like this. At the end of the day, I think they've got the skill in them to go big. But the problem, like I said, has been in that last third of the round, right? They've managed to get themselves into winning situations in these rounds, but haven't really been able to see them over the finish line. And that has cost them actually a handful of rounds, if not more. So a slight change to that will come when you do have a lot more experience back in you and you've been in this situation a lot longer. 15-4. There's 11 match points now in favor of Phoenix Esports. The scoreline, something that we predicted, but how close this match actually went wasn't the case. Props to Moj Clan for turning up for a fight today, and they did push Phoenix Esports a fair bit far, OG. But it's not, unfortunately, gonna be their day today. Phoenix Esports all but set to march on to the...
Good shot from Flicker, though. Maybe a chance, Shade, to redeem a scoreline, maybe. Phoenix Esports, man disadvantage. Double op setup coming in from... It's actually the triple op setup coming in from Moj Clan, something that we've never seen on Inferno so far. Does yield them the 2-man advantage, but Phoenix Esports, now made aware of the triple up setup, might just choose to kick the pace up a notch. Put this triple up setup under a lot of pressure. For Phoenix Esports, just waiting for anybody from Moj Clan to even show head. They're expecting the passive stance to change. Oh, the op shot missed. Batman trying to be on the punish, but did not land the shot in the nick of time. Okay. Trying. Creep his way up lane. And they are going to disengage. They want to try and hit the B side. 30 seconds left on the clock. There should be... There's actually no smokes left on Phoenix Esports. It's just Molotovs and nades. They're going to take these engagements one at a time, but they're going to take it completely raw. Mike, initial kill, it's good. He's just going to buy bait and allow the peek to come in from Hank. Badman ends up going down to the USP as Flicker gets the final kill. 15-5. Moj Clan. At least they get something, right? Phoenix Esports, nonetheless, will have enough money to reinvest, so not a point of concern for them. And you know, with the triple up setup, how fast some of these players could be. But Flicker, even faster on Flick, gets the initial kill onto Rexy. No response from Phoenix Esports towards the B side, though, as they have complete control towards apartments. Potentially could have forced the issue there, as there were 3 members stacked in towards Banana. Off the man disadvantage, Phoenix Esports decided to slow things down a bit, and they look to turn ship. They want to hit towards the B side, the harder side to retake, and considering that they know the triple up setup in fact is on the board, it's going to be even harder for Moj Clan if they do lose control of the side. Mike fails the initial shot, and Hank, oh no, they let go of the side shade, a triple up setup on the retake. Phoenix Esports, a 4v4 post plan. How many times have we seen this go the way of the T side? Far too many. And Moj Clan might just regret this investment at the end. I tried to ding Tito. What is happening here? The Flash, everything they have at their disposal, going down towards the B side, but potentially down in Vayne as well. Flicker gets the first. Knight Rider in with the instant refract. Tito merciless on the spray, and Knight Rider ends things. Phoenix Esports take the W, 16-5. Moj Clan sadly get eliminated.
Yep, that is going to be Phoenix Esports taking the victory 16-5, but the score doesn't really do justice to how close that match actually was, Apple.
Yes, like what you guys mentioned, that Phoenix Esports aren't winning the rounds flawlessly. Like, they still have to clutch up. They had to play to their best ability. Moj Clan, I would say GG well played. They made it this far in the tournament, and they did not too bad against Phoenix Esports, even though the scoreboard, like you mentioned, does not show them any justice. I do look forward to seeing Moj Clan in future, but ultimately it is Phoenix Esports' time to shine. Congratulations as you make it all the way to the quarterfinals. Very nicely done. What are your afterthoughts on that game, Shade?
I mean, we did expect Phoenix Esports to go through convincingly, but we weren't ready for Moj Clan to turn up and put up quite a fight as well. They were actually ahead in many rounds on their T side, but post-plant situations were not played as well as they could have, giving Phoenix Esports time and again an opportunity for the retake, and they made it work on multiple occasions. I think a little bit of an adjustment there, a little bit of work is going to take Moj Clan a long way, and they've got a bright future ahead of them.
For sure. But Phoenix Esports, right, they should discipline, even their firepower, their aim, it's just too crisp, I feel. All right, guys, this is the Rise of Legion CSGO tournament you are watching, powered by Lenovo and Intel, and we have AFK Gaming as our media partner. The last game for today that will be coming up is Anime HS versus Elements, and this is one to watch. Both very good teams. You guys should stick around. Remember to subscribe to this channel and check out all the links in the description if you want to go shopping too. And stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly with the last game of the day.
To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors. To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the Rise of Legion CSGO tournament powered by Lenovo and Intel, and we have AFK Gaming as our media partner. The fourth match is about to start, and it is the final one that we are streaming as well for the round of 16. So the next time you catch us, it will be the quarterfinals, and it will be a best of 3 then. So now coming up, we have Anime HS versus Elements, and we have caught a glimpse of both these teams. Now let's talk a little bit more about their background and all of them. I know Elements is the team from the Northeast, and they've been around in the scene for quite a while. What are your thoughts, Shay?
Elements, like I said, we've talked about them quite a lot in the previous rounds as well. This is a team that has been around the Counter-Strike scene for a very long time. It has undergone quite a bit of roster changes over the years. I used to follow it from back in the day when MAD was captaining this squad and taking it through the ranks, always in that top 8 situation in most of the tournaments. Today they have a chance of making that a reality yet again. The final hurdle, however, being Anime HS. Defaulter, whatever, Clouda, these guys, we've seen them come up huge in their previous matches in this very tournament, in the Rise of Legion CSGO event. Let's see if they're going to be able to overcome Elements here as well, who pack quite a bit of firepower.
All right, Anime HS, they've not only played CSGO, they've played other games as well. And I do recognize them. They are an extremely decent team. When you watch them, you can see team strategy. You know that they have a plan and they're very ready to execute it. Now, the map that will be played is Inferno, and this is the third one for today. 4 games and 3 of them have been Inferno. We know what to expect. We know what it is about. So what are your predictions going to be? And let's talk about the teams on their starting sides.
Yeah, it's going to be Elements starting on the CT side, Anime HS on the T side. Just before we head into the match, which is going live right now, I predict Elements is going to take this. So without further ado, let's jump into the action. Right. It is Elements starting on the CT side with a couple of smokes. Pretty unconventional, OG.
You don't see this every day, but it's something that I'm really excited to see, Shade, because it means that Anime have something in the bag that we might not be expecting. And remember, that's exactly that. Nobody from Anime had an inkling that the push could be so deep. That might just lead them to commit towards the B side. Instant defensive smoke. The Guilds, the flash, primed on the entry, Razor, back to his new box while Haxi bites the aggro. Razor in a perfect position to strike heads as they are on the entry, and they're just like chickens, tempted to be eaten. And I guess Elements have a large appetite.
Pistol round goes the way of Elements here. We did get to talk a little bit about predictions. I do feel Elements do have the edge into us. What are your predictions for this match, OG?
I again feel like Elements, like you said, they are a very, very aged organization when it comes to Indian CS, housing some of the best underdog talents, at least that's what I feel like. Because we've seen this roster go through a variety of changes. They've been around from since the longest of times. I feel like Elements do have this one in the bag, but like the game prior did display to us, Shade, anybody at this point can come and dethrone who we'd consider the favorites. So I do favor Elements headed into this matchup, but Anime, there's no reason to doubt them at this point. They might have that X factor playing in their favor, and I guess I still know some of these players. McGills, in fact, was a player who used to play for Sanesia Academy and has been around in the scene for, I guess, a year and a half, maybe? Not 100% sure of it, but they do have a couple of names which do ring a bell, and let's hope that their gameplay does ring a bell into Elements, potentially forcing them to break a sweat.
Well, looks like the C4 will eventually make its way towards the B side here. No more utility with the T's. They're gonna have to take these aim duels head on. Razor, a couple of pre-fires in, but he's just setting up a trap here for Imba to ring in with the SMG. The check comes in, but it's the C4 that ends up going down, and the repeat from Razor at the absolute perfect time. Imba should be able to clean this up in a moment. There you go, Razor. The tag team holds down the B side pretty strong. Anti-eco from Anime HS doesn't amount to much. The buy comes in for the T's. It is... Oh yeah, I believe we did go for a quick reset there. I was surprised that they went ahead with a MAC-10. There you go. On to Defaulter, valuing a full kit of utility over the rifle.
Boy, this might be, again, a heated conflict. It does seem like they have called the tech boss in. Do you feel like on a map like Inferno, where we know that every single team are comfortable with, would be the map you'd want to take Elements against? Because so far, we've seen the tendency where when it comes to maps like Overpass, when it comes to maps like Nuke, or maybe Vertigo for that matter of fact, underdogs do have that chance. That's only in the factor that if they work for it, right? They need to have that solid game plan coming in. I feel like it might be very easy for a couple of these teams to maybe upset on a map like that rather than on a map like Inferno, where we know that Elements being around for the longest time will be more than comfortable with such a map pick. So it's going to be more onto how much prep Anime has come in with. And a map like Inferno requires more than just the basic prep if you want to pull off an underdog upset.
Indeed it does. Inferno, however, has been a pretty popular map today, OG. We've seen it 3 out of 4 times so far in this round of 16, day 2. And I think that pretty much stems from the fact that a lot of these teams are playing Inferno very regularly. The hold towards A, though, questionable at best from Elements. Point blank range duels not go their way, but the 1T left behind gets pounded in with the numbers in Defaulter. Able to punish Elements there, again splitting up for a split second. Down to a 2v3. No plant in just yet. The C4 just about makes its way towards the site. The big fight here. Damage traded for worse here for Razor as he's tagged down to 35 HP, leaving it all to do for Imba.
And both the positions noted, so it should be all the more easier for the T side to perhaps have this one under wraps as the crossfire set in stone. Razor, significant amount of damage done. I think now comes the big moment, but Razor can't deliver the big play. 2-1, Anime come in with the upset as Elements go Noni. Their economy certainly under the same tremor as it's completely broken and an unexpected one as that, because Elements have been looking rock solid so far. This is what I was talking about, Shade. When you go up against teams you don't really have that much information on, they can always pull off these kind of plays that throws you off guard. It's on the plight of a team who's more experienced, right? To know those defaults, to circumvent such plays, and try their best to maintain consistency throughout the tournament, in fact, where every single one of these teams up until this point has to face best of one elimination, which is a really uncomfortable prospect, right? When we do eventually get on with the best of three format, it's going to be far less likely that we see an upset, but when we do see one, Shade, the effect of it just amplifies.
It does. Elements, the money is not nearly enough, especially on Haxi and Shibam, to warrant a full investment here. So we might just see a few upgraded pistols and armor coming out to contest Anime, who do have... Oh, they actually don't have the 5 AKs. Ayank, I think, will have to make do with just the Galil. But what do you make of Anime's attack so far, OG? 2 quick hits early on. Yes, the pistol round did go pretty haywire, but since then, Anime HS, the A hit so far did look very promising that time around. Let's see though how deep of a strat book they bring here up against Elements, because once Elements readjust, Anime HS will constantly have to keep them on their toes, and that is a challenge, especially in a map like Inferno, where most of the teams already know the kind of strats that eventually hit you, OG.
It does, Shade, and it's in fact gonna be more onto how explosive and unexpected you can be. I guess contact play won't really be as predictable, although they need to do it in a manner where they avoid the default utility usage from Elements. What we've seen teams do prior in the tournament, especially when they're up against a Titan, is try getting early control, try contesting towards Banana, where the utility alone just locks it down, right? We need to see something out of the bag from Anime, and ooh, nasty shot on LK. Razor. The odds of him winning this engagement are razor thin, but he's still giving it a good shot. The deep smoke alongside the deep flash should allow him to perhaps beat McGill's, but McGill's more than ready for that contact. 2-on-5 so far. Looks pretty good for Anime as they maintain the numbers in a really good manner. Imba, he's gonna try and potentially salvage that AK. He hears exactly what Clouda is. Clouda. That's taken down. If I'm not wrong, Fired Up was a player all the way back when Angry Gaming used to be an organization, and they had that lineup which was a relatively good contender when it comes to Mumbai CS. Pune CS, I think my memory is a little weak there, but he has been in the scene for quite a while. So Anime, their names, although a little, how do I put this, unexpected, I'd say, is still valuable enough to carry them forward with this game. They certainly have the experience to potentially upset Elements, but so far, Elements would be what I consider the clear favorites, and this retake's just not gonna happen. Elements are lucky to walk away with this with an AK, and they've done so much damage. In fact, the economy of Anime HS, that when they do win their buy round eventually, they potentially could break the momentum and the economy of Anime HS and even reclaim the lead.
Two to two, that early engagement, one out at mid and Banana, eventually allows Anime to easily make their way towards the B site, but a little bit of damage done there towards the end with that AK, not only saved, but also a few weapons taken away from Anime HS, forcing a full reinvestment back in, and Clouda already suffering the consequences, just the one smoke available on him at the start. Anime though committing quite a bit of utility here to try and contest Banana. Eventually does.
They've done good in circumventing that utility usage though, and now Elements. What are we seeing here? Is this real life? Yeah, I've never seen a round like this, Shade. Never in my history as a player, my history as a caster, my history as just seeing CS. There's just one unexpected call, to say the least, coming out, and Anime HS more than ready to contest. But they need to make a decisive move at any point now. Yes, they have that man advantage. Elements making a very, very unexpected maneuver. Do end up coming on the back foot, but they're just a foot behind. They still can make this work here. Legendary Killer already towards constructions, primed in position with the AWP. Beautiful shot. He casts INQ off guard. Disengages as well as he now boils this down to 2 versus 2. They're planning the bomb. Anime HS not in a position where they can set up a good post plan though. McGill's going to be playing all the way back from Dark, while Default takes the aggressive stance to CT and takes Burnbot down. That's all left on a Legendary Killer. He's been a threat for anybody who's gone up against him in the tournament so far, but he cannot land the crucial flick. Anime HS, they punish that vague rotation coming in from Elements by not capitalizing on what seemed like the obvious strat to hit towards B, rather contesting it head on and proving that they are in equal footings when it comes to firepower.
Elements back onto the mere pistols here. Let's see if they back it up with a little bit of firepower. 2 flashbangs from Razor heading in towards Banana early on. I think it's just going to be a question of flash and peek. Imba with the Deagle is going to be set up momentarily. The counter flash. Did he peek a little too early? And he end up getting flashed by his own teammate.
Yeah, it might just be the case, Shade, because I don't think Anime is boast of any utility towards Banana in terms of flashes. And the cleanup that they're doing is so clinical as well that Elements are barely given any room to strike and try retrieving a rifle like they did a couple of rounds prior. I did not envision this coming into the matchup, Shade. I think even you were slightly favoring Elements in this matchup just due to the amount of experience they have. This tournament so far has been a delight for us to watch. We've seen a lot of new names that we've never heard of in the scene. We've seen a few names that might just be memories of the past who are not in as much into the competitive scene right now. It might just be the quarantine giving them that second chance back in the gaming, or it might just be them coming back after a break. But it does give a lot of nice fresh air to the Indian CS scene, right? We've been in a scenario where it's been a couple of teams on the top. We've known all these names who attend the bigger tournaments. But in this tournament, things are different. Even the players who we consider veterans, who we consider having a lot of experience behind them, run the risk of being upsetted by people who we don't hear much of. So it's a real cutthroat tournament, Shade, and boy, is it entertaining to see some of these old names back in form.
Early rush up through Banana. Razor is going to continue to charge up. Let's see if they decide to push the smoke though. They do have LK in as well, providing backup in terms of utility. They've ended up using quite a fair bit of it early here to continue to hold control of Banana. The teams have been pretty happy to surrender the same and instead look towards mid. No CTs currently challenging mid. They're happy sitting all the way back at site. Imba the closest. looking at that cross through Longe. Shibum up from pit. 58 seconds remaining. CTs are pretty light on utility at the moment to try and stop this, but the rotations have already come into place. LK misses the first one, and that is going to leave Haxi alone on the side. He does have crossfire from pit. Shibum steps up, eventually finds one, gets the second as well. McGill goes down, and they no longer can face him. They continue to give him fights one after the other. IonQ with the AWP, looking for the no-scopes, will eventually find it, gets the second. Almost, I thought he had it there, but LK prevents a disaster from hitting Elements there, OG. Oh boy. The AWP point blank range. IonQ. So close yet so far. Half a second away from pulling the trigger on that flick.
That very well could have been a clutch that goes down in history. Boy, are Elements counting the lucky stars that they found that frag in the nick of time. He was priming himself with a no-scope as well. That looked to be what's in the making. Anime HS. They now are in a position where they might be able to get an op on a fired up alongside a couple of MAC-10s and whatever McGills. Maybe this is the turn for them to up the pressure towards apartments by having those MAC-10s on the entry and the AK immediate there on the refrag. Elements, they've been more or less on the passive stance towards apartments so far. I'm really interested to see what happens when they start contesting that side of the map, because that's when we see things get really heated up on Inferno. And so far, Elements, they're also in a position where they need to start building their economy on the CT side. If they run out of stuff like Molotovs and nades later on in the half, it'll become next to impossible to contest areas like Banana, which is going to be very crucial if they do not want to make rotations like they did, if I'm not wrong, towards round 4, where all 5 men were towards the B side, all 5 men were towards the A side. Something for them to note, but Anime Hatches, make no doubt, have been absolutely brilliant on the T side so far. 4 rounds pre now cut down, but Elements still have a lot of work to do in the first half.
And the round win in no way secures money for the McGills.
The Molotov alongside the nade gets him the frag. McGills, he didn't even have to see him to take that. Shibum. Oh, that dink. Takes him down to 33. He's lucky that he has his head still not severed from his body as fired up. Looks absolutely fired up, and this is a 4th round. Elements. This is absolutely unbelievable. Anime. They are doing it here, ladies and gentlemen. McGill's flawless on the entry, the double kill, netting them the B side for 4-3. Anime. Is it to be or not to be? Because Haxi Imba has been very patient. The smoke about to clear as he takes the retreat. 2 men to a CT, and have they called the save? Yes, they have. They're backing out. But where? Into CT or into their coffin? Is the question. Haxi trying to get that M4 and get the hell out of there. Shibum putting himself up for potentially lining up a couple of exits. Anime Headfest. They look so good right now. Elements. Feel a little scared for them, not gonna lie, Shade. This is turning out to be one hell of a match to close out the weekend. This is entertainment at its finest. Anime Head Chess pulling off an absolute anime move here. The underdogs looking to take this one up against what we know It's a historic CSGO organization in India. The Yop on INQ, only the rifle saved alongside the MP9. They try the aggressive setup yet again towards the B side, but they're smart to disengage. McGill's, he's been grilling them towards the top of the banana for quite a while now. And are we seeing Elements now being put in a frenzy? Because they look a little afraid to take some of these fights.
They do. They don't have the firepower here in this round to match up what Anime brings to the table. They're sitting on a few upgraded pistols only. Haxi and Shibam, the only ones with an SMG and a rifle to play with. Good control of mid, the smokes. Giving them decent cover. Imba is going to swing wide,
no.
and he does get the dink. Unfortunately, Haxi here.
Oh, he had the M4. He was the sole player of Elements who had any chance of doing any kind of impact in this round, and now he's done and dusted for. I'm surprised that Anime Hedges is still contesting towards this A side. Shibam, he's all that remains, and Anime are doing something really smart. They're maintaining this man advantage. They don't want to give their guns away. They don't want to give their economy away, which in fact now is starting to shape up to be at least decent. Given a few more rounds like this, Shade, then Elements are going to start kicking themselves as to why they weren't able to do damage, if not even win the round. Whatever, even Grissom, he gets him down. 6-3. Elements. I wouldn't consider this to be the biggest upset, Shade, but it certainly is up there. It certainly is up there. I'd assume that Elements would at least place somewhere near top 4. But boy, Anime Hatchers are certainly giving them a run for their money.
Looks like he's got a double up setup going here in Razor and LK. The AWP from LK towards apartments, while the other one is going to be heading all the way up towards the B side. The peek out, two-man
Nice setup.
ready setup there. No way he was walking away with both.
I mean, this is what we've been waiting for, right? The aggressive app setup from Elements. They finally pulled that card out, and it's given them this advantage. A 3 versus 5. And Anime are quick on the read. They want to hit towards the B side where they stand a better chance of trading this out and entering a favorable post plan. Favorable, certainly not in terms of numbers, but the B side is easier to lock down on the T side. They have 1 smoke, 2 molotovs, a couple of flashes in there as well. Razor positioned in towards construction with the Yop. Ooh, INQ just in a millisecond and he would have gotten that frag. Defaulter finds Razor through the coffin and he sends him packing in a coffin. In fact, they've smoked out coffins, so they need to take the fight through CT. The jump from whatever, not punished so far. And he knows that there could be another man to inside the Molotov. Imba, a Viking funeral for his efforts. Defaulter tries his very best to provide resistance, but Haxi and LK more than ready, in position to deal with it. A point of notice there is that Elements did lose their double op setup. If they choose to, they don't even have the money to reinvest into it. Anime HS, on the other hand, have a lot of money to throw around to squeeze out yet another buy. INQ back on the AWP. Anime HS, if they strike now while the rod's hot, they stand a good chance of breaking this first half from Elements and even potentially hitting towards 9 or even double digits.
Unfortunately, there is a disconnect coming through 4-6 as Elements are able to pull 1 round back, but Anime HS have had such a strong T side here on Inferno. The 4 consecutive rounds, 4 of the first 6 picked up, has laid the foundation for them to close this one out in a high. It's been Elements getting rounds by and large split apart, and haven't really been able to build any sort of momentum nor a bank in this half so far. And Anime HS, what do you think is the half that they're looking at? I believe another 2 rounds and they're going to be into finishing this half really strong.
Exactly, and that's just a modest approach, right? Because they can take far more. At this point, it's Elements who are in the back foot and yet to reply. The previous round was good, but now that the setup is discovered by Anime, they know how the double up setup is going to function. They know how they potentially might like to get aggressive at apps. I feel like as soon as the read comes in, it's going to be all the more easier for Anime. Elements, some of these players like LK, Imba, Razor, Haxi in fact as well, they are very, very respected players in the Indian scene. They are very experienced players in the Indian scene. But when you're going up against young and fresh talent like this, you need to have both your game and your aim going hand in hand. Because Anime HS, they still are what I'd consider better aimers than what Elements do have in their roster. We're yet to see that kind of team game coming from Elements, right? Where they set each other up, even towards Banana. Normally what we'd see is 3 men get aggressive, 1 man from the back throwing both the fallen flashes, a device smoke towards Car, with 2 men going on the peak from Broken. We've not seen much of that. The only team setup that I've seen so far potentially could be the one towards Apartments, where that bait and switch setup was in progress. The rest simply hasn't panned out. So we've got to see more of that from Elements if they are to regain control of this game, or else things are going to go down south pretty fast.
They will be able to keep the AWP on LK here, but it's a glass cannon one. Pretty much restricts the kind of angles that you can peek while not having armor. You do like to take the op hyper aggressive to try and get a couple of picks, a pick or two early, but that isn't the case with the glass cannon, and it finds absolutely nothing, but they don't take the corner. They give away 2 kills for nothing there. A big misplay there.
It's all going to be on a Shibam though. As long as he holds on to the A side, things will be merry and well. But he's in a position where he's pressured from a lot of different angles. Shibam gets the first enemy kills, but fired up quick on the refrag. Then extra phase shown. Cloud and needs to land that shot. But Imba at range luckily regains control of the round. Could have gotten the off as well. But Elements, that bait and switch setup, that's what I'm talking about, Shade. That's where Elements show that old is gold. Ooh, these rounds so close to the wire. This is CS at its best. The adrenaline, without a doubt, has to be rushing both for the spectators and the players on the server. This is where Anime HS might start to lose that significant advantage they gained earlier on in the half. As soon as Elements started to regain control of this game, they'll have the stick, and we know what they can do, Shade. We've seen this a lot of times across the years. Elements. A lot of this is going to be riding on this round, and Razor, the spray down is beautiful. So far, Elements haven't had a chance to even throw their economy on the CT side. So it's very crucial that they take this round as carefully as possible and keep as many men up to make sure that they do stabilize at the end of the first half. INQ, beautiful shot on Imba with the Deagle. Doesn't even want to chance it with trying to retrieve that gun, knowing that there could be resistance up close and personal. Rather, they're going to turn the ship and head towards B, where it's going to be a brawl 2 versus 2 with the Deagles. Razor, he's holding the passive angle, just waiting for the swing through CT to happen. Axie, is he going to be good on the double? Yes, he is. Secures this round. An almost clinical round, with the exception of Imba going down. With Equalizer reached 6-6, Anime HS now back on the investment. Utility It's gonna look a little iffy. IonQ back at it with the AWP. So far, Anime HS have done a decent job posting results on the T side, but they need to get a little more. They can't allow Elements to run away with this clean ceiling right now. Molotov towards bottom mid. They do contest towards second mid as well. If I'm not wrong, that was the Molotov field by the T side, and Cloud, it's actually fired up, but he's just a second late.
Yeah, he's actually just about unable to get the CT there on the retreat, while Razor is pretty much the only man here towards the B side. They've gambled 4 towards A, and the response I don't think will be here in the nick of time. Razor might just have to give up the site here. He's got a smoke, he's got an incendiary, he's just going to drop the smoke and the flashbang, and he moves up aggressively. He is blinded up, and the aggressive play there, the decision to go for the face, that flashbang, if not for it, I think he's got at least a couple of players lined up. But as things stand, Anime HS, they've got this B side locked in, OG. The retake won't even see the light of day. They decide to hang on to the rifles here, especially with the AWP in play as well. And no chance for a possible reinvestment back again the next time around, especially for Haxi and Imba. 7th round on the board for the T's. And I think they've pretty much accomplished what they set out for in the beginning of this first half.
More than that, in fact, because now Elements, with every passing round, their investment will start looking shakier and shakier. Especially this one, if Anime Hatches do end up winning out this very crucial gun round, they set themselves up perfectly for the second half. Mind you, it's Elements who have the pressure on them. They're the team with all the experience. They're the team with a historic name in Counter-Strike. Having it go down in this fashion with this kind of an upset, boy, is it a fitting story if Anime make it all the way, because they would have rightfully earned their spot. The tag as well, taking Razor down to 12 HP. 3-man setup towards Banana. Anime HS, they're taking things a step at a time. They're being slow about their approach. Imba, he's gonna be on the rotate back toward the A site. Anime HS. Slow in their approach. At this point, just due to the lack of aggressiveness on the CT side, you can see how much pressure it puts on Imba, right? He's constantly on the rotate, not knowing where things are going to hit the light of day. And as soon as he's on the rotate, Anime HS, turn ship. Now, the A side squad's going to be on that crosshair. McGills could use that Molotov, try to buy more time for the hit towards A to be in fruition. Because at the end of the day, when they get the A sides, the retake's going to be almost impossible in my eyes. McGills, he's still going to be holding here while the rest of Elements gamble to the fact that it's going to be a hit towards B. He's made a little bit of noise, certainly keeping the interest of Elements towards the B side, and they expect the rotation. They expect Imba to go towards the A side, when it's in fact going to be the hit towards B. The smoke will allow Defaulter to creep in from arches, and Shibam should give the call that there is a leak. In fact, he's rotating over to try and compensate for the fact that Defaulter has a good idea as to how he's positioned to deal with this. There's going to be a lot riding on this, and the backlines are now secured. Elements can focus on the front. 5 seconds left. All Elkin needs to do is deny the bomb, but he's not in a position to do so. In fact, he overextends and he pays the price for it. Now the man advantage, Anime HS, on the verge of claiming this first half under their belt. Fired up, beautiful kill, on towards the man to CT. It's all on a Haxi. He is in it to win it. He's going all in. Beautiful headshot on a fired up. Crossfire set in stone. They lock the B side down. Elements not welcome here for business. 8-6. Now, Elements are the one with the depression hitting them. They have no money. Whatever little they have, they pour down the gauntlet of luck Razor in with the op. If there is any man who can try and redeem this hack for Elements, it has to be Razor. It has to be the op going massive.
Razor, he wants the repeak and he's gonna come out on top. We've seen many players at fault trying to repeak time and again to force the issue and end up paying for it with their lives. But that time around, the gamble pays off and gives Elements the numbers advantage. Razor peek back out, the flashbang. No
And
setup
now-
whatsoever, and
Yeah.
McGill's.
Like, Earth forced the issue. He knows that there's only one other play towards B. If he gets this frag, it should be done and dusted. Anime Headchess, they've done this multiple times. They need to do it yet again. LK in a perfect position to put the MP9 to good use. McGill's trying to camouflage himself within the smoke, but he's not fast enough. Fired up. Beautiful shot with the ult. He needs to double up though. Haxi wide on the spray and wide on the swing as well. Whatever. A 1 versus 3 lies ahead of him. He needs to play contact through CT. The peak's not in through constructions just yet, but it's the ult train on him. And Elements, they get a crucial round, thinning the advantage that Anime Headchess were looking to walk out of the half with, but undoubtedly, Anime Headchess have really come lights out with their performance here in the first half, and I just cannot wait to see what they have to offer on the CD side.
Yeah, let's take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with the second half. Stay tuned.
To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.
All right, back into the match. Looks like we have a pause called in with one of the players from Anime HS disconnecting out. But 8-7, 8 rounds on the T side. OG, I think it's a phenomenal show here in the first half from Anime HS. Not something we expected coming into this. We thought it is going to be a close matchup, but we had expected Elements to have the advantage, but hasn't seemed to be the case in the first half. But we've seen a lot of these teams lean towards a better T side than they do on the CT, especially in the indie Counter-Strike scene. Elements are gonna have to hope that is indeed the case to try and close this out here and keep their dreams alive in the Rise of Legion CSGO tournament.
T-side does look... there we go. I was expecting the run reset to come in regardless. Yeah, exactly as said, Shade. Elements, they have a lot of work to do because Anime Headchess, so far, they've pulled out the unexpected. And they did it in the first half. God only knows what's left for the second half to begin with. Anime Headchess might have a gazillion strategies on the CD side, which Elements, I really hope that they've come prepared for. So far, they've managed to keep the half as even as they can. But is that going to be enough is the question, Shade. Because these underdog upsets, it always comes down to the wire, right? We saw that prior with Reckoning versus Blaze, where it came down to 16-14 on a map like Crane. You've just got to think how heated of an affair it could be on a map like Inferno, where at this point, even whilst asleep, these people can draw how the map looks. These guys know exactly how to peek and exactly where the players are going to be hidden, exactly where the blind spots should be. And this just makes it for one high-octane game of CS, which this is the way you can spend your Sunday. just grab a tub of popcorn and enjoy this battle on Inferno. Things already set ablaze with Anime HS coming out of the gates, guns blazing and elements.
And a lot of utility invested as well by Elements. And they're going to go in for the fast play towards Banana, fired up in the corner, has no response whatsoever. But IonQ continues to click heads, but no response as they find the two openers. And Defaulter offers himself up on a silver platter as well, down to a 2v3 on the retake, whatever. And McGill's all the way from CD trying to get the shots in through the smoke. P2000, no kit in play though. That is gonna come to hurt them. Time is gonna be of the essence to try and make this happen. They've got decent damage in onto 2, and they know the positions of at least 2 of the 3 T's here. We're gonna try and play the crossfire perfectly, whatever the timing of the peak.
See.
Unable to punish the player up at Dark there, OG. 8-8. Elements level things up.
What a crucial play from both Razor and Haxi there. Razor securing the triple entry and Haxi shutting things down on the retake. Anime HS. The setup was perfect there. Fired up. Not able to get fired up with the pistols, and Default though. The fact that he went down at such far range with the Glock just speaks volumes as to how much Elements want this game. And boy, are they eager to give back what Anime HS have been posting to them when Anime were on their T side. IonQ lining up the flash for potentially punishing a peek towards mid. But in fact, it's going to be the peek through apartments, which is going to mean more. All 5 players, in fact, towards the top of mid. Elements. If they choose to contest this, it's going to be a very heated affair. I just hope that they don't lose more than 2 men, let alone lose the round here. Because we've seen rounds like this go a far way for a lot of these underdog teams to make their way back in the tournament. Imba, 5 players on his screen, and LK with the MAC-10. A 2-park drive-by, if you've seen any like it. 9-8 Elements. They roll like G's here in the second half.
Anime HS do have the buy coming in though. AWP onto IonQ. This man has been stellar with the up on the T side, almost pulling off that gargantuan clutch towards Pit earlier in the last half. Let's see if he can step up with the AWP this time, as it's going to be a fast play in towards the P side. He's just fired up in the corner right now. He finds one. He's done a decent bit of damage onto the second as well. The Molotov is going to force him out in the open. And the player who's playing all the way back in construction, McGill's.
The flash setup. This is going to be absolutely massive stuff, Shade. McGill's going to get the first, but Haxi instant with the refrag. A 3 versus 2, but it is the B side after all. So it's possible for Elements to turn the tables here. Defaulter, though, wins an absolutely crucial fight, leaving Legendary Killer all to himself. Anime HS. They know exactly how to play retake as they level things up 9-9. This could not get any better, Shade. What better way to end this day off than with this heated of an affair? Haxi alongside Razor, 18 kills. In fact, the rest of their team still on double digits. It's about time we see the rest of Elements kick into 5th gear and help complement these two towards their road to victory.
9-9, just about enough money for Elements to try and make it worth their time with the 4th buy here. IonQ.
He doesn't have an op to counter him, in fact. It's going to be LK all the way towards gutters with a MAC-10 out of all weapons. If you had taken the peek, he would have been the clear victor. At least that's how convention plays things out. So far, Anime HS not being overly aggressive towards A. In fact, they have complete control of Banana and now are relinquishing it. IonQ. He's been a real provider for Anime HS with his D side off, but now on the CD side, he needs to go above and beyond as the rush towards A commences. Smokes barraging the defense as his left INQ isolated towards the side. They need to get the control towards pit though, and they finally have, but at what cost? It costed them absolutely everything, and they've gained barely anything. They put LK in a 1 versus 3, the Molotov does push INQ out, but LK not in a position where he can punish just yet. The flash to finesse fired up. Ooh, if he was a second late on the trigger, it would have might as well been a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, he looked primed to get that second spray down in as well, OG. Boiling it down 1v3 up at picked. Puts up quite a fight there at the end, but Anime HS won't be denied the lead here in this matchup. I do believe it is for the first time as well. 9 to 10 elements on the pistols here on the T side, and looks like they're going to spread themselves up around, try and put these deagles to work. One out of Taxi Imba does have 2 CDs, looking back at him and the head exposed. Defaulter.
That is just too much.
Yeah, push through the smoke, straight up into that crossfire already set up. IMP missing a sitter, gives up the AWP. The player up at balcony should spot LK coming on his way in, whatever. 11th round on the board, 5 rounds away from that quarterfinal berth. Elements do or die will be coming up soon, and they call the timeout. What do you think is going wrong for Elements so far on their T side, OG? They've tried quite a few things, but the last 3 rounds, they've had no answers just yet to unlocking that CT defense.
Exactly. You could attribute it to a really good bait and switch setup coming in from Anime. In most of the rounds where we've seen them set up aggressively, there's always that fallback option, right? Which Anime have been exploiting to the maximum. In fact, Elements, a lot of this has to be on them. With their executes, they need to win out these fights with the utility they're disposing. Rather, it's Anime who completely maneuvers past that flash, that Molotov that they do throw, and then that crossfire rings in unison. Right now, Elements, they have a lot of ground left to cover, but luckily it's not back against the wall just yet. They have the opportunity, Shade, to come back into this and to come back loud, but the more time that passes is the smaller and smaller that window of opportunity gets for them to leap through. They've taken that 3-man stack towards Banana yet again, but they've not been able to get that map control in. Right now, Anime Head just have a good read to this. In fact, the smokes set up for the split through Arch's default, blind as a bat. This is what you call perfect utility. INQ with that pick is gonna disengage. There's no presence with Banana whatsoever, so the B split's completely out of the picture. Rather, it's gonna be the side hold that's gonna matter the most. INQ, the off, no scope to perfection as he gets the first. The smoke buying in so much cover. Could have gone for that flick, and that would have been the round done and dusted. Rather, it's McGill's in a 1 versus 3. He is close to the response though. INQ could have gotten that, could have been a doable situation. Elements, this is what they needed, Shade. That instant refrag, putting the pressure onto the defense. If Elements are to come back into this game, they need a lot more from where that came from.
Yeah, the fast play there, pushing the AWP all the way back towards the site and putting him in an uncomfortable situation where he needs to try and go for those low percentage plays. Works for them there. He only finds the one with the AWP, INQ.
And you can't really blame him for that as well. It's just that pace that Elements came in with completely caught Anime off guard. Right now, Elements have given themselves that chance to take the lead back. Anime HS, it's been a very back and forth affair with neither of these teams emerging as a clear victor so far in the 22 rounds that we've seen, Shade. If this is how this tournament is progressing, sign me up for this any single time of the day. This boy
McGill's,
is...
oh no!
Oh no!
Yeah, that was the opportunity right there to try and make something of this, but INQ...
A little whiff, but he only had the P1000, and More importantly, Anime HS used that round to mentally reset, as now they're going to be back on the buy. INQ $50 away from an op. Imagine if you'd have gotten that frag with the P2000 and then would be able to force up Glass Cannon. That could have made a lot of difference in the way this round's being played out. But of course, with the utility usage elements are coming with, the Glass Cannon op not really the best of choice for the CT defense if they want to try and get a little up close and personal. It's not mandatory though that you need an op towards in Inferno, in fact, because with the way elements are playing, they like to take things up close and personal, right? In that situation, you'd much rather fancy the M4 than an op. I like this boost setup though. They have boosted up whatever towards the top of Diggity, and they have a 4-man setup towards the A side, which has been Element's favorite side ahead. They know a lot of executes towards the side as well, isolating towards pit, isolating towards site, isolating arches. This setup essentially would be, if they are to even try and pull a strat that requires boiler control, it's going to break their necks and it's going to snap pretty hard. McGill's smoked out. He might try to buy in distraction, whatever's going to get the... No, he actually ends up going down first. McGill's absolutely pacified to win as he makes this a 3 versus 3. But now they've realized that the setup's towards the A side. They're going to walk back over to the B. Fired up, a crucial frag as he buys so much time for his team. The flash alongside that peak, fired up, actually ends up blinding himself, but courtesy of the flash, he's able to make his way through constructions. Haxi positioned perfectly, but now with the rotations, he might be cut off. Haxi, 3 frags in the round. He needs to get the quad to push his team past this line and fired up position perfectly. Haxi walks into the bear trap and he gets chewed alive. 12 to 11. This game, how much more heated could it get?
A pretty scrappy fight there towards the B side. The retake attempt, they weren't ready for the player holding in at CT spawn. 2 frags going the way of the CTs there. Towards the Ts rather, but at the end, a huge play from Fired Up sets up Anime HS for the round regardless, and they don't chuck sandbag. The flashbang timed to perfection. McGill's able to fall back. He's got the incendiary as well. Will they continue to force the issue here? I don't believe they have the counter utility just yet.
Where Fired Up did whiff in the pistol round, he's more than made up for it, delivering massively in this. And McGill's has the opportunity to even upgrade to that AK that lies ahead of him. Elements going incognito with their approach towards the A side, and this setup is beautiful, Shade. They're essentially baiting off each other and trying to get these frags. But if INQ is the first one to go down, this will put whatever in a world of hurt. Elements, 54 seconds left on the clock. For Anime, rotations are a mile away. The Molotov towards pit. INQ and whatever know exactly what's up. In fact, that smoke is there to fake for the fact that it's towards pit. INQ could have gone massive on the spray. Whatever. Is it going to be a whiff? He could have gotten the dink, but he didn't. HP, though, certainly a factor for Elements. It was like a bunny out in the field, yet he could not land the arrow. This is for Elements to be in contention in this game and not look like they're being choked out. The Molotov's gonna hold them out for just enough. Defaulter has made significant progress in the backstab, and LK, he's pretty concealed. Elements not even offering a fight, wanting to burn the time down to as much as they can. Defaulter has a good idea as to how the setup is. McGill's needs to come up absolutely massive here. The tap simply not connecting, and he has to run for the hills. His team dead broke when it comes to money. Elements, both their players end up going down though. A point to look at just due to the fact that their money is not set right just yet. Anime, do you force into a position like this? Because right now, it's so dicey. The game essentially hangs in the balance of a sword's tip. Deagle's out, and the full investment. Anime, this is either go big or go home. INQ. I thought for a second he might be trying to save for an op, but he's going for the 5-7 investment, the logical choice to make. And this is a gamble. 4 men stacked towards the A site. The boost, McGill's the only rifle, and it goes down. Defaulter trying to get the refrag, but it seems to be of no avail. Elements, they are absolutely doing this here. A 2 versus 5. It's only gonna be whatever left with the CC, and he goes down in vain. 13-12. Anime dead broke with money. No leverage when it comes to the amount of rounds they have. Is it gonna be the experience that brings Element past the finish line? Or are Anime gonna be pulling out the Joker card and potentially showing us something that we never would have seen before? Right now, a comeback from Anime. The odds are stacked up against them. But that's gonna be the hallmark of the underdog team when everything looks bleak, when things go down the barrel roll. Do you have enough to fight back? It's only vanilla pistols that they have at hand right now. The only deal, in fact, is gonna be on Miggles. He's in a position where nobody's cleared. LK, the bomb dropped. The rotations committed. Defaulters already made his way through Speedway. Is this gonna be the Nani move? Where is Burnbot shooting? The man disadvantage, 2 AKs up for grabs, no armor on Anime head chest. Elements. Is this gonna be the one round that costs them their tournament lives? A pretty split retake. 2 men in from apps, 1 from arches, 1 from lane. The flash set them up for that peak. They are collapsing on this defense. Chaos all across the site, but Elements have managed to make order out of it. Razor needs this frag, needs this clutch if his team needs to stay alive. Elements do just about enough. 14-12. Anime head chest. Backs against the wall. Piggy banks broken. To squeeze together this buy, and Elements rightfully so call a timeout. In fact, we need a breather here, Shade, because this has gotten way too intense for our own comfort.
Elements, the slight readjustment, they've changed up the pace at which they're hitting the sites as well. They're going in for the early peaks. They've got decent bit of inroads into the Anime HS defense in the last few rounds as well. Down to a 1v1, the defaulter coming in from apartments. Unfortunately, cannot find the final frag in Razor, and I believe it's quite a bit of rounds as well. Yeah, 5 of the last 6 rounds going the way of Elements. They made a late resurgence, and like you said, experience coming into play here. Will it, however, be enough to take them over the finish line? Anime HS has a lot of timeouts remaining. They haven't used a single one so far in this matchup, while Elements are left with just the one more in regulation time. But this is the round that Anime HS absolutely has to make work. They lose this, 3 match points coming up against them. They're not gonna have any SMGs, let alone rifles, to contest that.
It's do or die. Anime HS, they've provided us with a stellar game on Inferno so far, but they need that little magic left in the jar. Push them hard this line. 14-12, things could not get more heated. And this is where that experience really helps you chill those nerves, right? When it comes down to these situations, you normally see nerves play a huge huge impact to the situation, where Elements, even though they were on the back end throughout this game, they managed to keep their nerves ice cold, and boy, are they rewarded for it.
And look at how passive Anime HS is currently playing. They drop the entire execute towards A. They do find the one lurk as well, but fired up as alone. He smoked away. The spray, he gets shot down through the smoke. That's a frag that they'll happily take there. Thinning the numbers back down. It's even Stevens. McGill's here is early for the retake. The first spray is no good. There are more bodies coming in from the teams. Can he get the spray transfer? No, he can't. But the backup has arrived thick and fast, and it's all down to Haxi. The star fragger so far for Elements in a 1v2. Whatever NIQ, they've got the smokes down. Haxi with the spray. The diffuser's in.
What a play! Anime Head Chess still in it to win it. Elements, they came so close to the finish line, but yet it's a mirage. They can't seem to touch it. Anime Head Chess, upgraded rifles, everything up to the trot. Elements, are they gonna give this up? If they force into this round and Anime Head Chess end up winning this one out, they won't have any guns to contest. And yes, they are. Their economy, it's down to the rubble. Anime Head Chess sold a fake, yet they call Elements out on it. This is absolutely massive stuff from Anime Head Chess. Right now, they're setting a precedent here, Shane. Even if they do win this one out, nobody in their right mind can doubt this victory. Because they've worked their sweat, blood, and tears out, getting this far into the tournament and in the game. Right now, the threat of elimination lures about every player in the server. Haxi with the commitment, the peek in, he drops down but into his grave. The ace side execute, yet fails them. The nade should be taking a man down his grave. In fact, it does significant amount of damage. Default that catches him, but Elements crumble under the pressure. Anime Head Chess, 14 of 14. An absolutely flawless round. And Elements left with no money. Are they gonna invest completely, or are they gonna relinquish map, match, and elimination point to Anime Head Chess? Old is gold, but is it losing value here is the question. Because Anime Head Chess have a really good read as to what Elements have in the bag, and they've taken the hard choice. They potentially give up map and match point here, Shade. Is this gonna be the upset that we were vying for all day long?
Well, Elements, they do the smart thing here. Instead of putting all their eggs in one basket in this very round, they decide to play it safe. They have a few Deagles invested in. They get the frags, they get the rifles, they make something happen. If not, they've got a decent enough buy to contest the final round of regulation time. But now Anime Head Chess, man advantage, HP advantage, as well as Imba is tagged down low. Defaulter holds the fort here, spots the players coming in. There's a lot of teams heading in his way. Yeah, how many can he find? He finds 1, 2, and the flashbang turned to perfection. He finds the third before he does eventually end up going down. Shibam, he's got himself the P250 in hand, but nothing to show for.
15 of 14, Anime Head Chess, map and match point here. Elements, backs against the wall. They have one timeout that they can leverage. In fact, it's Anime Head Chess who have used their first timeout in their entire game. Look at the money here. Look at the utility. If Anime Head Chess play this one patiently and hold off a fast play, Elements will have nothing to fall back upon. 15 or 14. This, heading into the last game of the day, Shade, I thought it's gonna be a relatively quick one, but boy, Anime Head Chess, they certainly are making a name for themselves here. Even when things looked bleak, even when things looked really bad, they persevered. And now they have this last hurdle to overcome, the potential last buy for Elements in this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, Anime Hedges on the verge of pulling off a massive upset. And they have the double op setup to pull it off with a lot of utility to complement this as well. Elements, a little slow on their approach, taking discipline as their guidance. Apartments under their siege. Elements, is this going to be yet another A hit? Because Anime Hedges have stacked 4 men. In fact, the bomb is dropped all the way back in T base. If they get Archer's control, they potentially could even fancy a split towards B. Anime Hedges more than ready to relinquish control. They're like, hey, you want this? Take it. We're going to take everything away from you at the end.
Anime HS have been able to gamble with the solo player towards B all this time around. He's just fired up with the AWP and looks like he's not going to be called into action here. The 2 frags going in favor though of Anime HS early here. Whatever are not spotted out towards the balcony. He gets 1 and Legendary Killer gets shot in the back as well. It's all down to him in a 1v4. It's not to be their day. Anime HS take the win 16-14 up against Elements and are through to the quarterfinals. They take the final spot in that quarterfinal stage. Apple, we've got quite the goosebumps already.
I know, right? That was such a close match. And Elements looked so strong in the beginning, but Anime HS found their momentum and ultimately took that win for themselves. What are your thoughts? Just right off the bat, the match has ended. What are your thoughts right now?
I mean, Anime HS started off very strong at the beginning. We were pretty surprised of them getting the jump on Elements early on. But Elements, they changed their play style up a bit, especially at the beginning of the second half where they started playing a lot more faster. And that started giving them quite a bit of advantage in these fights as well. They started pushing the defense all the way back towards the site, the AWP having to fight point blank range as well. But I think the readjustment back from Anime HS to not really take the fight to Elements when they're playing it fast, but instead sit back in the site, use that utility and let Elements force the issue and take those fights head on, kind of gave them a couple of rounds that went their way towards the end, and the economy situation not really helping Elements, either forced into pretty much having to buy in whatever they can for those final couple of rounds. Huge props to Anime HS. Stellar A-hole time and again. That readjustment playing 4-1 for the last couple of rounds did pay off for the CT side, and they take their spot in the quarterfinals coming up, where we move into the best of 3 situations. But this is not going to be the toughest match they've played, because there's far bigger competition waiting for them on the other end.
All right, GG, well played to Elements. They didn't make it this time. There's always next time. But ultimately, congratulations to all the teams that have made it to the quarterfinals that we saw today. And that is Anime HS, Level 0, Global Esports, and Phoenix Esports. Now, guys, this is the Rise of Legion CSGO tournament you are watching, powered by Lenovo and Intel. And we have AFK Gaming as our media partner. If you haven't subscribed, click that button right now and click the bell icon as well, so you get notifications when we are live the next time, which will be the quarterfinals, and that is going to be a best of 3. So it's going to be a lot more hectic. There's going to be way more action, and I just can't wait for it at all. Also, do check out, we have links to the shop in the description, and we also have links to social media. And I think without further ado, my name is Apollonia. I was your host, and we had Shade, who is the caster and analyst, and we also had OG that was casting. Until next time, we will see you guys at the quarterfinals. Take care.
To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.